What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's good to see you. Great to be here. Very sorry for the few-minute delay. It didn't happen from time to time, so I do apologize because I know your time is precious, and I appreciate you spending it with us today. We have a fantastic show. We're going to take some call-ins. We're going to talk the Nancy Guthrie case. We're going to talk Alex Murdaugh. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Brian Kohberger and his shenanigans that he's still going at, and even all these months and years later. So let me introduce you to the panel. We have up in the, well, everything's mirrored, so I'm not even going to try, but we have... we have retired detective John Lamb. He was a sergeant and homicide investigator and hostage negotiator. And then we have and an author as well. And then we have Dr. Gary Brucato, a friend of the show, who is a forensic psychologist and big fan of we're big fans of his book, The New Evil. If you haven't, make sure to check them out. We'll put the links in the chat, and then we will also put the links in the description at the end of the show where you can pick those up. But John, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's always a privilege. And I'm glad to be here. So thank you for having me.
All right. And thank you. And Chris, who he's actually out of town on, I believe a training exercise is what I was told when I talked to him yesterday. But keep him in your thoughts and safe travels. He'll be back. I believe he has a show on Sunday. And so I don't know if it's up yet, but be looking for that. And I believe it's probably 5 or 6 Mountain Time. But I'm not 100% sure. Dr. Gary is here as well, a favorite of the lab rats and the chat rats, the unlikely heartthrob that we all needed but never knew we did. Here he is. How are you, Dr. Gary?
My heart is a throb.
That's what I'm saying. Like, weekends just must be busy for you. Like, it's just,
yeah. I'm always busy, Josh.
But when you're walking down the street, you're probably beating people with a stick. Like, get away. Yeah.
I'm in Manhattan. I'm being beaten with a stick.
Well, I know that happens.
I mean, the things that happen in Manhattan. I was actually, it's true. This is a true story. On Tuesday, I was walking along the platform of the subway, and a homeless man, very, very malodorous guy, really confused, disoriented, tried to shove at me to knock me on the track. No joke. Literally just gave me like a shove, like, get out of the way. Just epithet. And I almost went over the side. And then, of course, I was like, do you need anything? Like, you hungry? But he almost threw me in front of the train. And then, of course, asking him that was ridiculous because it was met with a tirade of gibberish, and he was very disturbed.
You okay?
Of course, but the odor was outrageous, and you know, he was very close to me. I'll never forget the scent. You know, like smell memory is very powerful. I can
Yeah.
still smell it. It was that like very distinct scent of a person who hasn't bathed in a very long time,
Yeah.
and it sort of came at me, and it was really, really powerful.
Well,
And,
isn't that what
it is like typical, huh? What happened?
that's what the subway smells like anyway?
Yeah, you know, I've dealt with a subway pusher and things like that. You know, I deal with these people, but it was very interesting because it made me understand. I don't feel traumatized by it, but it made me understand people who have traumatic experiences because I remember everything about it in a sensory way: the smell, the sensation, the suddenness, the heat of the person being near. It's very interesting
And
from a scientific perspective. I learned something about.
welcome to cop work, Gary.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of
That
that.
is how you remember everything.
It's not so dissimilar from a few dates I've been on, but
You've been it's a date that smelled bad tried to push you onto a subway.
that would have been a good one. That would have been a good one.
Well, I'll never forget that you got robbed by a 7-year-old too. So that was
Seven. They were teenagers, very diminutive. It was like a demented version of the Wizard of Oz, where like little Ozmites come out, and except they were punking me.
Oh, you better give me your cell phone. Hey, whatever they did.
I also asked them if they needed help. I gave them a lecture.
Of course they needed help, but it wasn't help that you were able to give them at the time. I mean, did you have like ropes and stuff like that?
Oh, they were juvenile delinquents.
Obviously.
Yeah, no, but
That
it is.
makes
Yeah. But anyway, so John, it's very good to see you. And when's your book coming? When's the new one coming?
Well, we had presumed to be end of this month, but there appear to be delays. So I'm guessing next month it will be out. And you know how that works with schedules. But it'll be called Bring Out Your Dead. And I was blessed to get 3 wonderful cover quotes, one of which was a wonderfully insightful one from Dr. Gary, although he said I was mischievous.
You are.
Not the word that I've been called in the past. Snarky, sarcastic, blank hole. I've been called those things. So I actually feel so vindicated that I'm now mischievous.
Well, mischievous is yes, because you have that sort of impish twinkle in your eyes sometimes, and mischievous is a good word for you, I think. But it's Bring Out Your Dead, a reference to
Diane Fanning, the wonderful author, true crime and novelist, and then Chris gave me a wonderful cover quote. So I couldn't have asked for more. Actually,
well, if you need one for me, I got one for you. It's called "Don't Hate the Player, Hate the Game."
Okay. I like that.
You can use that if you want.
Well, actually, what I will do at some point when I get a copy of the book, I'll send it to you, Josh. And the cover, I think the cover is great. And anyway, that's what's going on here. I'm about 1/3 done with the next book, and that is. It's easy to write when all you do is exercise and you don't really have a life.
Well, you got your workout in today.
Got my workout in today, 5 miles walked, and then my weight work, and then I do some core strengthening stuff.
Stud.
Considering how I abuse my body as a cop, it's a miracle that I'm actually here and ambulatory.
I love it. Is Bring Out Your Dead a reference to Monty Python?
It is. It's a reference to the scene at Monty Python with Eric Idle and I think it was John Cleese when he's bringing the cart through the village and says, "Bring out your dead."
No, I can't handle. Actually, the one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life is in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, when that rabbit becomes like bloodthirsty and demonic and goes flying through the air and attacks them, because they're like, it's just a rabbit, like what's so scary about it? He's like warning them. There's like a soothsayer warning them that they should be afraid of this rabbit, and then
the soothsayer, him says, "He'll do you a treat, lad."
Right. It's the best. And then the little rabbit is replaced in like a freeze frame, is replaced with this little fur ball with blood all over it. and it flies through the air at like 10,000 miles per hour and like rips you to pieces. It's like gore all over the place. And remember, and then they blow it up with
The holy hand grenade.
hand grenade. Yeah, right.
Wow.
The holy hand grenade of Antioch.
That's right.
It really is. It
Can
really
you tell I've seen this movie a few times?
I love it. It's brilliant.
So, also, if you have not, I just posted a new video yesterday. It was my reaction to the Corey Rikens. I always mess her last name up. She was convicted of killing her husband with fentanyl sandwich, and left her 3 boys, parentless. And so I worked on a video, and what I did was I sort of tried to make a linear storyline along with what happened in my life, because the judge, when he was giving when he's handing down the sentence, he really had the children in mind, the children that are scared of their mother. And basically he took away any chance that she could ever get parole, he took away any chance that she could ever, get paroled, because he felt that she was a danger to society, and that her children down the road, when they're adults, because one of the options was 25 to life, which is what my father was sentenced to and is pending release at this very moment. Things don't go away forever. 25 to life is not forever, but life without parole is. And these young men who are scared of their mother, he took that into consideration, and he took that burden from them, that they won't have to worry about that. And I thought that this was a judge that was in tune and very thoughtful. And so it was a very personal video. I share some newspaper clips from my own experience, and sort of tell the story along while, they're telling the story of this these young men growing up without their father because of what their mother had done. So make sure to check that out if you have not. And if you have, thank you for watching and leaving a comment. It's very appreciated. So tonight we're going to talk about, we're going to take some call-ins here in just a few. I know people are itching to call in, but we're going to talk about the Nancy Guthrie case, because Sheriff Nanos once again can't keep his fat mouth shut. The guy can't help it. He's got to be the center of attention, even though there were some really weird things in there that he said. Also, if you're interested in talking about the Alex Murdaugh trial or the conviction overturned, what a shock that was. I mean, it was a trial that I was glued to. Can't believe that, here we are. I knew that it was a possibility. I just didn't think it was going to happen. It's just, and so that, who knows?
But it's nice to live in a country where fairness and the law is taken seriously. When there's malarkey that goes on in the courtroom, it has to be taken seriously. It is what that's why those things are so serious. They keep someone getting let out. Although he's going to get retried. But you know what I mean, John, right?
It's a good jury thing. Tampering. Right. Sorry. My expectation was, and I don't know an awful lot about the case because the trial was going on contemporaneous in the aftermath of my wife's death. But I had been paying attention to the allegations of jury tampering, and I wasn't surprised that they overturned it. I just was stunned that it was allowed to happen with the equivalent of a superior courtroom. And that also tells me that it's not the first time it's happened there. So my guess is going to be change of venue someplace. And so, yeah,
Yeah, and you never know with jury trials; they're very unpredictable. They really, really are. You know, the juries don't always get it right, and then that's just part of the process. And I was surprised at the ruling where I think it was like 5. Was it like 5-0? But yeah, anytime there's any sort of anything like that, it was kind of like. Yeah, and you remember when Alec Baldwin, his trial, that they didn't turn over. I believe it was the prosecution didn't turn over certain pieces of evidence to the defense. The judge said, "This case is over."
That's prosecutorial misconduct.
Yeah, this can't happen. And he was like, basically, my hands are tied. So, I mean, I guess I get it. I'm just shocked because to me, I get it. The evidence is overwhelming, or it was overwhelming to me. But nobody's happier about him getting another trial than Alec Murdaugh. So it sounds like they're trying to retry this for the end of the year. But he's not going anywhere anyway because he's serving time for financial crimes from here to kingdom come. I mean, he's 40 something, 50 something years, I mean, but for him, it's a bridge too far. He does not want to go down in history as the one who killed his wife and son. And he just doesn't want that. All the other stuff he's fine with, all the other malfeasance he's fine with, but that, no, he's just
right. And a classic staging case, actually.
What's that?
It's just kind of a staging case too, because it's pretending that an outsider did it, and the whole, and one of the things that's troubling about that case is very difficult for people to really understand the specific motive. And what's your sense of it, Josh?
Well, I think a lot of the motive obviously was financial related, that they were going to find out that he had been, stealing and he even wanted himself off. I think the drug use, I think that was nothing more than an excuse for his bad behavior. I think that's how he was trying to excuse the things that he was doing. I've known people that were addicted to pain medication before, but he was like, I was such an addict that I would detox and then steal thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. That didn't make any sense to me. He was just to me, a greedy bastard who screwed up in life and he lived a life that he couldn't afford anymore. And then he tried to sort of set up his favorite son, Buster, I guess, for the rest of his life. And, because whoever was it his cousin who shot him or something and missed? It's just like unbelievable.
So Josh, when a person eliminates, who kills a person, to sort of get them out of the way to prevent public humiliation.
Yeah.
Right. And for financial reasons, and then stages it to look like an outsider did it.
Yeah.
That's an elimination murder. That's
no question.
That's the phenomenon I named, right? That I studied, and I will tell you that one is pretty textbook. That is something that I keep talking about in the context of one of the potentials in the Guthrie case, is that someone who knew her, whether they knew her very well or a little bit, does that for some pragmatic reason, or maybe a mixture of pragmatic and emotional reasons, and then makes it look like an outsider did it. And there are a lot of contemporary cases where you're seeing more and more and more of that staging, and some of them are getting pretty good at it. And I think criminals are learning, like, if there's no body, and there's sometimes there's no DNA because, like, your DNA is supposed to be in the house, like that kind of thing, like because you live there or something like that. It becomes very hard to prosecute these cases, and you wind up with these unsolved, staged homicides. I mean, I always say, and I know you hate when I bring it up, I always say the classic domestic homicide where there was staging was the Lizzie Borden case.
I didn't hate that you bring that up.
All right, well, I'm bringing it up. If you look at the Lizzie Borden case, the motive was clear. Get the stepmother out of the way, get the father out of the way, right? And make it look like an intruder did it, even though there are hours between the killings and nobody went in or out of the house, as witnessed by Bridget washing the windows. And Lizzie was the only person in the house, and the only place to hide was a tiny closet where a deranged person who supposedly did it could not have hidden for for all those hours. It's ridiculous. Obviously, she did it. And what's so interesting about it is she had to do it in a specific order, because the way it would have worked with the will is that if the father was killed first, the money would have all passed to the stepmother's estate. She would have been killed second, and that would have allowed her estate to divvy up the money to her kids and her relatives. If the stepmother died first, the money went back to the father, and then he died. It had to go to Lizzie and her sister. So the whole thing, I'm telling you, and just to put the cherry on the cake of what a good elimination murderess she was, she even went before the murder to a friend and said, my father's got this enemy that's been fighting with him, and I hope nothing happens to him. I'm really worried about it. Meanwhile, she got the whole thing plotted, and she kills them. I'm sure of it, as sure as I was standing there. And that was an elimination murder, and she got away with it. Probably, I hate to say it, I think it was because she was a woman.
Can you say Lizzie Borden one more time? Just the name.
Lizzie Borden.
All right.
Thank you. No, but I think if she had been a male offender, that they would have prosecuted her. She would have been jailed.
That's our bingo bell. Yeah, John. Gary likes to run the gamut on topics, and eventually Sherlock Holmes will come up.
Yes, definitely.
A plant of some kind, some obscure plant, and then there's just certain
dating problems, getting attacked in New York City in some manner, and also certain callers will definitely call.
Right.
We'll get who do you think is going to call? We're going to probably get Linda, Lisa, right? Lisa, Janet, right. And what about oh Lord,
Joey
for sure. And so we developed a bingo game.
Yeah.
How about Ralph Cramden?
Well, he'll probably come up at some point. I think we can add that.
I'm guessing
he comes later in the night.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start taking some calls. And once again, thank you guys for being here. I love having you both. And once again, our thoughts are with Chris as he's traveling. And make sure to check out the interview room on Sunday night.
Yeah, he's going to have the fellow who used to run the behavioral.
Greg Cooper.
Greg Cooper.
Yeah, and that ought to be fascinating.
Of course, he's the best. I know.
Yeah, you talk about a living legend.
Oh, he's wonderful. He's the head of our foundation.
Yeah, Greg Cooper. Yeah, he's the head of the Cold Case Foundation, and so let me see here.
And by the way, someone says we should add to the list us complaining about Crime Con.
I never complain about it. All right.
Other people do. I do.
Yeah, I know. That's so funny. By the way, while we're waiting for a call, did you guys see that guy that was throwing rocks at that monk seal? You know how I feel about monks.
But a monk seal?
Yeah, a Hawaiian monk seal. There was a guy throwing like huge coconut-sized rock.
Yeah, I thought, and his comment was, I make so much money, I'll pay whatever the fine is.
Yeah, the feds arrested him.
Yeah, well.
Did you see the feds arrest him?
Yes, they did. And I forgot what he could potentially do 5 years, I thought they said.
Really?
Well, if he's going around doing stuff like that, he needs to be off the street, because that's
he's got more money than he's got sense.
He's a 38-year-old man.
Well, yeah, that's pretty bad. Remember the it was like a dentist or something that wanted to kill endangered elephants or lions or something. So he spent a lot of money to sort of con someone into letting him do it, and then the animals mauled him to death. Do you remember
Oh,
that?
yes, that recently. Yeah, see, yeah, that was a real shame.
Well, I have to tell you, I tend to root for the animals. I remember when I read Animal Farm as a kid, I was happy that they chased the farmers out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, good. And my teacher was like, they represent communism. I'm like, yeah, but they got rid of the people. It's good. It's like I just think there's something about the animal.
Communism.
Like, I was a kid, okay? They were like the biggest Trotsky. I'm like, yeah, but they got rid of.
That's absolutely insane.
I happen to like Orwell. Okay.
You probably bet against Rocky when he was fighting Mr. T too.
No, I'm not. I'm not in any way a fan of that school of thought. I just happen to. When I was a kid, I didn't understand the allegory, and I thought it was just about animals.
You don't like Rocky?
Oh no. I mean, I'm not a fan of communism. I have a lot of problems with communism. It has affected academia very severely.
Thank you for bringing for clarifying that.
Better dead than red. What did they used to say?
What is that?
Better dead than red.
That was the thing. John, do you remember when you were growing up? Did you have to do the thing where you hid under the desk?
Duck and cover. Yeah, let me get underneath my desk because that'll save me from the H-bomb hitting LA.
It's so stupid.
Got it.
When you get a chance, John, I don't know. Do you remember Tom Lehrer?
Mm-hmm.
We'll
all go together when we go.
Yes, he did this great song. We'll all go together when we go. And it's got these great lines in it about like
we'll all go together when we go, all suffused in one radioactive glow.
Incandescent glow.
It's a great song.
There'll be no more misery when the world is our rotisserie.
Yes.
Anyway, that's one of my favorites. He just died.
Yes.
And yes.
And he put all his music into the public sector.
Well, he was a math genius actually at Harvard.
Oh, yes.
He just happened to be very gifted. He was very close with Stephen Sondheim, whom I knew, and I remember Stephen Sondheim used to call him the Miracle. That was his nickname for him because they went to camp together growing up and were very close friends. And nobody could rhyme like Tom Lehrer. When Sondheim is jealous of your rhyming skills, that's pretty good.
Oh my.
Yes. Josh?
I heard he was a communist. Okay, so
I think he actually to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's like Oppenheimer. Okay, first caller, Joey H. Hold on, Joey.
Oh. Yeah, you got the bell. You did it. All right.
I got it.
So you might as well pick off something else on the list. So name one, and we'll get another bell.
I'm talking underwater. I don't feel like going underwater right now. Give me the bell. There we go.
Like Merman on He-Man.
He does that really good.
John Lamb, nice to meet you. I've never met you. I've watched you many times. I have a lot of respect for you. Very nice to meet you.
Well, good to meet you. Thank you.
And you have an incredible mustache, but you already know that. Dr. Brucato, a couple things. Dr. Anna Salter was amazing. The program you did with her was
great show?
It was truly amazing, just to let you know. It was really, really spectacular.
The only problem was it was 8 a.m.
It was early. Well, not in New York, but yeah, over there it was 8 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock.
She's like a great hero of mine. I'm very, very, very fond of her.
Why do you think I got up at 6:30 on a Saturday?
Well, exactly. I mean, I didn't think you were up to observe the Shabbat. So you know what I'm saying. I mean, what do you think? You got up because she was worth it.
Absolutely.
Before I ask my question, a couple things. I want to make sure that I let you know, Josh, that your short piece was very moving to me.
Oh, yeah.
It was very moving. It was very personal how you added the clippings and the slow zoom ins to it, and you were freaking adorable. You still look the same, but you're adorable little kid, man.
Thank you.
And you know, and again, I don't want to get into your dad, but you know, the biggest punishment your father will have till he passes is not having a relationship with you and your sister, who's also in that photo, who's also adorable in that
Yes.
that image. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful piece you made.
Absolutely.
And it was very cool how you associated with the Corey Richens case, which that lady's wow, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man. Like, good
She's a-
Lord.
she's
Shoo.
a very
You want to
person.
show the picture, Josh? I want to see it.
So cute. The picture of him with his sister is so cute, Gary. Wait till you see it.
I'll find it.
It's unbelievably cute.
And your mom is
And he
in
looked,
My
no,
mom-
she's not in that picture,
not
actually.
in that one, but she was in a picture that I did show.
And the house was kind of cool. It was a classic, like, you know, Bigfoot throwing rocks on a house, Eureka house, you know?
Yeah, it sure was, huh?
Who's in this?
Let's while he gets the picture, John Lamb, I want to before I ask my question, I wanted to ask you. I mean, I guess it would be it's a bit humorous, but I gotta know, and the chat has to know. We all have to hear a story from you. You were the boss for Mr. Chris McDonough. You probably redlined him. The guy had to be naughty at some point. His dog Irk peed on the rug. Something had to happen. Please tell us a story where Chris McDonough was a naughty boy in the office. You were his boss. Please share. Come on, you got a story.
Okay,
for
I
us.
can honestly say Chris was not a naughty boy. He was an amazing detective. He needed to, but let me just parenthetically say, my attitude toward directing detectives was I wanted them to think and use their imagination. So I had detectives who they were not what you would imagine they would be. Chris has his musical background. I had another detective who was in music, another detective who was an artist.
Oh,
And they brought really an element to their investigations that was above and beyond. But if you want a Chris and Irk story, real briefly,
Wow, you got one. Cool.
yeah, I've got one.
Irk.
Wow.
We were, when Chris was working as a canine, and I was a patrol sergeant before I got transferred back to the Detective Bureau. We stopped a guy that was just a regular meth freak. I won't mention his name, but let me say parenthetically, there are times when I can't remember where I park at the Costco, but I can remember this meth freak's name.
I love Meth Freak. It's a great Meth Freak.
And
That'll be
he,
the next.
you
Wait,
know,
that'll be the next coffee mug we make for Chris. Meth Freak. See, because he doesn't like
he
the
had
cake.
bad teeth, and
That's great.
anyway, we stopped to talk to him. We were going to pat him down because we knew we were going to find syringes. When the guy suddenly lashed out at Chris, shoved Chris back against the cop car, and then began running down the alley. So I'm in foot pursuit of this guy I was old school. We had side handled batons. And so as I'm sprinting down the alley after him closing in on him, this streak of brown passes me at knee level, and it was Irk.
Oh God.
And Irk shoots past and chomps this guy on the thigh.
Wow.
Oh,
The guy, he becomes disoriented because Irk bites him and lets go. He gets spun around, and there is no BS to this. This guy ran into a telephone pole like he was a Warner Brothers cartoon. Like, the Roadrunner and the Coyote hit something. And he hit the telephone pole full bore.
dear
And
Lord.
came bouncing off. Irk bit him again. He tried to run again, and this time he ran into the cinder block wall.
Oh God.
And at this point, he fell down and began kicking at Irk, which, note to anybody who might be watching, if you are chased by a police canine, don't kick because you aren't fast enough. And he ended up, he began the encounter with Levi's. He ended the encounter with Speedos. And he basically told Chris, as we handcuffed the guy, we were begging him, stop kicking the dog. And the guy looked at Chris and said, "That dog is from hell." And so there's
That's a great story, man. That's great. I love it.
Hey, Chris,
That's gonna be the mug. That dog is from hell.
That
Chris
dog
is
is from
totally
hell.
gonna
Earth
make
was a
that
great dog.
T-shirt.
And I
Wow.
just tell you, for those of you who watch Chris and you see how polished he is, and he really is, he's a kind, good man.
Yes.
But we worked some really mean streets. I mean, Oceanside, we called it where the debris meets the sea.
Oh.
And Chris was just an absolute first-rate street cop. And then he became a detective, was wonderful at that.
All right. Well, I always consider Chris one of the great unsung, kind of figures in our true crime community, because he's so smart, and he's very prescient, and he kind of says things well before other people do, and then they kind of regurgitate them and forget that he says them, and but he really, and he's a very gentle soul, and if you appreciate that and you get along with him, you really benefit. You really sort of learn from him endlessly, and his mind is always going very, very quickly, and he's always picking at something like to figure it out. And he's really a terrific person.
He's exceptionally humble too.
Oh, yeah.
If people knew the stuff he gives, he doesn't. I mean, people go, "Oh, he's telling a war story." Chris could tell war stories from now until the cows come home. But he doesn't share that. So, but those of us who worked with him, we knew just quality is, and so we're very. I would say we are blessed to have him in the position he is now.
Yeah,
he's the best, and I think a lot of people can only relate to him through envy.
Yes.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But Josh, what are we going to say?
I have that photo I'll throw up here.
Oh, let's see.
Look how cute that is. It's
Oh my God! How old are you there, Josh?
Oh, I was about 3. That was right after my mom had died,
Oh.
and we had moved into our new room at my grandmother's house, and
Wow.
so I shared that. And this is what I was kind of, the linear thought of those poor kids when the judge was taking them into consideration so heavily. And I wish that I wouldn't say that I was envious of her sentence, because I know the heartache, and what a pain in the ass it is to have to deal with this stuff 37, 38 years later. And if I only would have known then. So I was very excited, or not excited, but it was very happy what the judge did for those boys. He just took it out of their hands, and they can sort of move on, with life without having to look back at that, the possibility of their mother ever getting out, because I believe they all told the judge that they didn't want her to be able to get out. They don't, they're scared of her. And rightfully so. So, yeah, that was.
Put that back, Josh. I want to see it again. Oh, I see. Look at that.
Who are the shoes, Josh? Whose shoes are those?
You know what? I don't know, to be honest with you. That's a good question.
I bet I'm the only person that remembers that thing in the back as a Kissy Fuzzy doll.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is.
That's a character from Rainbow Bright.
Yes, Rainbow Bright.
Kissy Fuzzy.
So cute.
With the striped legs. And
Yeah.
What's that in the? Let me see something. Is this house the house your grandparents are in?
Yes.
And look at that sewing machine table. That's a sewing machine table. Everybody
Oh,
had
yeah.
one of those in like the 20s. The Singer sewing machine table.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
tiny. We were tiny little kids, and my sister. If you had gotten near me with any sort of ill intent, my sister would have bit your finger off. I mean, she was like,
You look like her.
there was a point, and I don't remember this, but I've been told it by many people. our family had a meeting, as to who was going to take us, permanently.
Wow.
And my sister, when, they were talking about, well, because I was more of a baby than my sister. My sister was 6, and so they said, they were saying, because Josh is just a little baby. And I guess she stands up, grabs me, and she says, I'm not going anywhere without my brother. And, and not that was ever going to be an option, but she was so protective of me, especially at that point, she was just an amazing sister. I mean, there were some things she did, like, she would, I don't know, she would like trip me sometimes. She loved doing stuff like that. Or one time she put gum in my hair, but for the most part, she was pretty overall, pretty protective.
And you have a good relationship with her now, right?
I do, very much so.
She have the same hard time you did with what happened with your dad.
She had a harder time. She was older. And she had a much harder time. She still does, to be honest with you.
Tell John what my favorite story. Tell John what the woman said to you.
Oh, I told him. He knows. But from the parole board?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I told him. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she told me. She said that she told my dad that he couldn't imagine what it must feel like to have your youngest son want you to die in prison. And then that's when I said, well, what do you want me to do? We'd take him for ice cream and go check out a movie.
Yeah.
And then as I was going to keep going, I was going to say, what if he killed your mom? But before I could get that out, they muted me. So,
well, this is a topic that I actually feel like you, Joey, would find an important one, because the kinds of things you tend to call in about is this whole movement toward viewing people in prison as sick more than having done a terrible thing. And the focus now is more on, if we let you out, will you do it again? As opposed to paying the price for what you already did, right? So like in New York right now, there's this thing coming where if you've served 15 years or more of a sentence and you're 55 or older, you can get out, which includes the son of Sam,
yeah,
David Chapman, and a lot of other people. And, the Wendy's mass murderer, and you're sort of sitting there going like, what? Like, are you kidding me? And the idea is they do an assessment. I assume, they're going to do an assessment and determine if you pose a risk. Yeah, right. Except that it's not only about future risk. The point of the imprisonment is, the son of Sam killed 6 people and injured 7?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that guy could ever sniff the daylight.
Oh, I don't know. Have you seen New York lately? So I think it's one of these things where there's this movement toward reinterpreting the point of imprisonment, that it's more like it's for the safety of the public, and now you are safe, so there's no reason you can't go back out, as opposed to it being punitive.
Well, that's amazing. But in that case, what that judge did was, he talked about the pardons and parole board. If they saw fit down the road that she didn't pose a threat to society anymore, then they could grant her release. But then he goes, but she will always pose a threat to society, so she should never come up for parole. And he just wiped that all off the table. And I had never heard a judge quite focus put his focus on the children at that time and the children in the future. He was saying, it's impossible to know how this is going to affect these children down the road, or how they will feel about the court's decision later down the road. I can't tell, but what I can tell you is that she's a threat to everybody, and that she does not deserve to be around them. And I was just like, that was one of the most amazing sentencings I had ever heard. And I did not plan on making a video about it, because I didn't really I sort of kept up on it, but it wasn't something I covered. And it just kind of touched me, and I was just like, we need more judges like this. And, and what, I don't know. obviously those kids don't want anything to do with their mother, and rightfully so. But they will come to realize one day what that judge did to take a burden for them and their children. He was talking about when they have families as well, you know.
Right. But Josh, there are cases where the way that they think about the reason for parole is very strange. Simple example, Mary Beth Tinning. I wrote about her in The New Evil. She was a woman who, one of these cases where you kill your, excuse me, something just like literally like fly jumped out, but I didn't expect it. But Mary Beth Tinning killed one of her children. It like sort of got shaken to death or something, and then she got a lot of attention at the funeral, and then she started killing all her kids to get the attention, right? So she's suspected of having killed, I think, 7 or 8 of them, but she was convicted for 3. Well, they let her out. She was paroled. And the logic at the time, I don't know how much it figured into the actual decision, but other experts and I told me, they said, well, partly it's that she was too old to have any more children. So she couldn't do it again.
Right.
But what about all the kids that she killed? Or another example is the do you remember the Ronald DeSantis case in Kentucky? It was really disturbing. So
Otis is a pain in the ass.
Oh, that's okay. It wasn't as bad as the fly jumping out. So Ronald DeSantis in 2015, he broke into a house in Kentucky, and he just randomly stabs to death a 6-year-old kid, right? Logan Tipton. And then they sentenced him to 20 years. Okay. And then what happens is they paroled him after 9 years, right? Okay. Now think about that case for just a minute. Why'd they let that guy out? Do you think that that's a person that's at risk of doing it again?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, it's that kind of thing where you just kind of go like,
But even if he's not
behavior, like what's
he should pay for the crime that he's done.
Well, this is what I'm asking you. I don't know all the details, but my guess is that what figured into it is they thought he wasn't at risk of doing it again. But he killed a kid.
Yeah.
Stabbed him to death randomly, broke into the house and just butchered him.
And somebody in the audience says, they said that, people can go to prison, learn, and not go back. I did. Well, I mean, I don't know what you did, but if you killed somebody, if you did first degree murder, I mean, that to me, that is just.
It's not supposed to be purgatory. It's supposed to be hell.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for my question. Everybody got the muzzle. Get the muzzles on. I got a question I'm going to get off, and I want to, if possible, if John Lamb could start answering it. All right, so here it is. But I want to hear from everybody about this.
3-parter.
So the October 2017, everybody knows the Las Vegas mass shooting. That's what I want to call it.
Stephen Paddock.
So Stephen Paddock, he's not with us anymore. So when he did this, he left no manifesto.
Right.
No suicide note. There were witnesses who did in the past had heard him ranting about Waco and gun control, Ruby Ridge, whatnot. There was some friend of his that had written letters to him. I think the guy's name was Jim Nixon, urging him not to shoot and kill people. My whole point is, and as 2017 October is when the shooting happened. 58 people died. August 18th, the police called off the end of the investigation. After 10 months, John, the investigation is closed by the police department in Las Vegas. In January 2019, the FBI closed the case. And this is, to me, it's very sickening to me. It's disgusting. So here's my question. And then I'm going to get off and let you guys talk. My question, starting with John, is when do you arrive to the point of recognizing that there's been enough investigating that's been reached and it's time to move on past this case? And I ask that just because I feel like this case, it's not a cold case, right? We know enough about it, but I feel like I'm very upset that this case has been closed, and maybe we don't. Anyway, I'm going to just leave it at that. When do we know for this and any other case, John, when do you get to the point where you recognize that there's been enough investigating and that we've reached the point of closing and moving on? Take care, guys, and thank you, chat, for tolerating me. Bye-bye.
Well, here's your trivia point of the night. Paddock was a year ahead of me in the same high school. Now, it was a big high school. I'm not going to remember him because we had like over 3,000 students. But I attended the same high school as Stephen Paddock.
Wow.
Fascinating. That's going in my new book. Definitely.
Well, it's not like we interacted or exchanged, hey, I really like that Ruger 1022, Steve. But I recognize the name. Anyway, when do you stop investigating?
It's a great question.
The point with this mass shooting is we understand that they used AI to account for all the shots fired. And we would presume that they did some digging into his background. I would hope a lot of digging.
Yeah.
But why would you continue an investigation if you had come to a reasonable yet firm conclusion that he acted alone and was not either encouraged to do so by somebody or working in concert?
Yeah.
If evidence was rock solid that he was acting alone, unless we can point to some path of behavior that we could learn from and interdict that behavior, then once you have all the facts in it and you've determined he acted by himself, I could see closing the case. But we're also speculating here because we don't know everything the investigators obtained. We do know that he shot all those people. But if it turns out that he acted alone, or that whatever the motivation was didn't involve other people, then I can see them closing the case. So
Right.
that's my observation.
Well, Josh, is it all right if I go next, or you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go next really quick. Basically, no matter what they come to with the conclusion, there's going to be a subset of people, right or wrong. And I'm not mocking, I'm not passing any judgment. There are people that will believe that there's no way that he could have done all that by himself. But that happens in almost every case. You always, if it's a lone person, there are people that believe that Koberger had an accomplice. There are people that believe that, in the Delphi case, they believe there was multiple people in that. And I'm not casting aspersions or saying one way or the other, but the point of it is, you're never going to satisfy everybody's, appetite for an investigation. And at some point, they have other work to do. There are new cases to work on. They have case files. They have caseloads.
They're stacking up.
And new crimes happen every day. So, at some point, I don't know when you got to move on, but you do have to move on. How long did they, I think they're probably still investigating if Hitler made it to Argentina or not. It's just like at some point you kind of got to let it go, after you've exhausted all your options. And, so that's my thought.
Well, that when I was at Columbia, Raggy Gerges and I did the Columbia Mass Murder Database. So that was, as I always say, it was the largest, most comprehensive study of mass murder ever done worldwide. And we looked at the Paddock case. Okay. And what you want to understand is that it is true that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department closed its investigation in 2018. But the FBI concluded a separate analysis in 2019. And what's interesting is that what FBI more recently released FBI information told us was that there may have been a motive in that he had a very strong grudge against the way that casinos were treating high rollers like himself. He was a very serious gambling problem, and he felt sort of slighted by them. And in addition, he had deteriorating health and was known to be a kind of narcissistic guy that didn't take slights very well, you know, that kind of thing. So you've got a guy who's feeling slighted, his health is deteriorating, and he, in this nihilistic way, kind of wants to go out with this act of narcissism.
Go out
right?
with a bang.
Well, yeah, to have like the highest number of victims, you know, and he did. And you know, so when you look into it, you'll see that the determination is essentially that it was a narcissistically motivated crime. It's interesting because that's very difficult to categorize if you look at the new evil, when that's the motivation is like pure like act of narcissism. Those, because it depends how horrifying the act is. But it's a very interesting case. But as far as closing it, I think the point is because he had suicided, they felt that there was really no way other to really get an idea why he did what he did, to understand why he did what he did, and they just sort of closed it out after they figured out the basics. That was the end of it. But I think that you know, it's problematic. I mean, because it was a huge shooting, and now here's my piece of trivia. Not about myself going to school with a smash shooter. My trivia is that indirectly, I thought it was fascinating. Indirectly, the Las Vegas shooting wound up saving lives, and I'll tell you why. Because when they had the Las Vegas mass shooting, there were so many people brought into the emergency room of the local hospital that they had to split the intubation tubes, that to split them to treat two patients at the same time. And in doing that, invented a technique that would be used to save thousands of people during COVID.
Oh,
that COVID technique was learned from the Las Vegas shooting, that it was possible to do that, to divide the intubation and keep two people alive at the same time, because they had no choice. There were too many people bleeding in the ER. So it was like one of these things where a horrible thing, the technology that's used to deal with a horrible thing winds up being used to deal with a separate horrible thing. And I found that absolutely fascinating when I learned that.
Yeah, it's kind of like champagne was invented by accident.
Is anyway, there somewhere? Okay, I was waiting for the joke.
There's a,
good can always come out of every horrible thing, you know.
Yeah, it's true. Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, no, that is, you know, there are people who still think that there was a third shooter in Columbine. I mean, there's a whole group of people that are still, you know, and they think he's alive. And then JFK, the grassy knoll, you know, and things like that. Eventually, you know, those kind of things, you know, you have to sort of move forward. But all right, let's go ahead and take the next call. David, where are you calling from?
Hey guys, I'm calling from Nashville, Tennessee.
All right.
I love that city. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. First of all, John and Dr. Gary, love both of y'all. Got all of your books. John, I'm going to be ordering the next one as soon as it's out.
Thank you.
Wise choice.
So I have a question for you guys, and Josh was talking about it a little bit last night, but it's related to cancel culture. You know, this Chud the Builder case that we got going on here locally.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So, you know, for a lot of people who don't know, Dalton, that's Chud's actual name, he was working as a contractor, and some people basically got him canceled, got him fired from his job, and then once he started trying to do it himself and have his own business, people were making terroristic threats saying, oh, you know, if you use him, you know, I'll burn your house down, all this stuff. A lot of intimidation. And that's ultimately what I feel like led to the Chud the Builder whole thing really blowing up and him getting online and doing all this.
Yeah. So is the question, you know, is other people to blame for his actions? Is that what you're, I mean, I'm just asking.
No, my feeling was though is the impact of cancel culture, because the guy he did have a job and he was really good at his work. If you've ever seen any pictures of his work, He was really good at it, and people went out and got him canceled over something he supposedly said. And then they made it where the man couldn't get any work. So he said, fine, I'll make myself into a internet celebrity. I'm not saying what the guy said was right. It's immoral, it's sickening. But the fact that it feels like the guy was kind of bullied into the position that he's in.
Okay, and let me set it for people who don't know who Chud the Builder is. And Chud the Builder was just arrested for attempted murder, and a few other things, discharging a firearm during the commission of a felony. Chud the Builder is a streamer who goes around Nashville inciting or saying racial slurs, mostly towards black people, calling them the N-word, telling them that they have exhibiting a certain type of behavior. And then when they would get mad, he would say it's free speech if you're just going to get mad over a word. And then when people would confront him or say that they were going to harm him, he would either pull out mace or a gun and say, you know, don't come near me or whatever. And what happened, not yesterday, but the day before, was that he was at the courthouse. There were some black people that were looking at him because they recognized him. They were pointing at him, and he confronted them. Something ensued, and one of the guys ended up punching him in the head. Then he pulled out his gun and shot him. And
Shot him dead.
He didn't. No, the man did not die. And then he also shot himself in the arm. So what ended up happening was,
Tex.
What's that?
Nice shooting, Tex.
I know. Yeah, exactly. So he was gonna his whole thing was sort of that he was gonna hide behind it's a self-defense thing, you know, even if I incite somebody. What do you think about that, John? Because it seems like, you know, in all these instances he's the instigator, but if you get punched in the head, does that give you the right to shoot somebody?
No. First of all, yes, it is free speech. However, if you engage in conduct, which you would, in California, the law would be using terms that would be likely to, you know, be inflammatory, that sort of thing. You don't get a pass on that. But stripping that all away, let's just take it down to the straight mechanics of the event. Somebody punched you in the head. I've been punched in the head a number of times in my life. I haven't shot any of them. Okay. You were punched in the head. You came to what I would call the false or incorrect decision that your life was in danger. You pulled out a gun, you shot yourself and shot somebody else. I hope that he likes the food in state prison, because that's where he's going. Now, being punched doesn't count for anything. If it did, I probably could have shot 150 or 60 people. Okay. It's just, you know, but he also embarked on a course of action where he had no right to be surprised that he was punched. Now, the guy almost sounds like a masochist to me.
Yeah, well, and so basically what David's talking about too was that apparently he had an interaction or some interactions in the past with, you know, black people, I guess was his gripe, and that, you know, he was either ruined by somebody in particular that was black, or had problems with somebody that was black, and then that sent him on this course of, you know, well, I should be able to say whatever I want, whenever I want. And would walk around, and he was pepper spraying people when they would get mad, like, and confront him.
All I would say is this, and I'll let Gary have it, is, look, I don't know how he came to this place where, all right, let's just say he was canceled and didn't get a job. Okay, deal with it. You're supposed to be a grown-up. I don't know if Chud had a happy childhood, but it's been a long one. And now he's going to have the opportunity to grow up.
Yeah.
Perhaps not the place he wanted to, but you don't pull a gun on somebody because they punched you. I'm sorry. I'm certain there are people that go, oh, well, what if he actually thought he was in danger of losing his life? I've worked a number of homicides where the assertion was I was defending myself, but that does not seem to me to be a reasonable fear. And whether he provoked the situation, to me, is utterly academic. Let's just break it down to the physical events that occurred. I don't care whether he said things. I don't care whether other people said things to him. You were punched. You pulled out a gun. You shot the guy. End of discussion. You're going to the joint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because if you've read The New Evil, and I know, John, you read that, you know that the rarest category is, thank you, you know the rarest category is category 4, which is provoked self-defense. It's a very unusual thing to be the outcome of a court case. I mean, I could think of maybe less than 10 cases of that off the top of my head. And with most cases, I can think of a lot more than that. It's a very unusual thing to provoke a person, then the person gets aggressive toward you, you feel afraid for your life, and then you do something that results in that person's death. It's a weird situation. The Susan Cummings case was like that, where she heavily provoked her boyfriend, the Argentine polo player that she was dating, which was the basis for a plot in Frasier, by the way. And he sort of came at her, supposedly, and she shot him with one of the guns from her family's firearm estate. You know, she shot him to death, and she claimed that she was defending herself, but she had provoked him into being angry. So it's like there's a little whiff also of like victim blaming in those cases. It gets very complicated, but they're really rare. And I don't know how that's going to be adjudicated, but wouldn't you guys consider that a pretty tough sell?
Yeah. Tough sell. I'm actually writing a chapter of a guy whose contention was he was acted in self-defense with a murder he committed. The only problem with that is that the murder occurred as he entered the guy's house in the middle of the night to rob him. And this was a surreal discussion because he broke into that. It was a standard Oceanside drug rip. One dope dealer wanting to rip off another dope dealer, part of the innate charm of Oceanside. And his argument was that, I came through the door and he jumped out in the dark and he was in a shooting stance, hands up like this. And so I had to shoot him because he was going to shoot me. And as I attempted to reason with him and say, if you hadn't been there forcing entry into the house with your own gun, this would never have happened. Oh, no, it was self-defense. I had to defend myself. And there are certain people that they are so entrenched or so limited in their perception that, I might as well have been talking to the wall. He just thought he was defending himself, and the whole other aspect of being a robber didn't count. So one of the things that I came away from my years as a cop with is I came to the understanding that some people I am never going to understand. I'm not brilliant like Dr. Gary. He knows his stuff. I just look at mechanics and I go, if you hadn't gone in the house with a gun to rob him for his meth, you might have avoided this.
Yeah. Well, David, really quick, I thank you for your call. I think that the point is that, he can't really lay his claim to being canceled for his terrible decision making, because how do you take a bad situation and make it worse? Well, that's what he did. And I don't know if you saw today, David, when the judge set his bond, it was for he thought that he was going to be able to just do this and say, look, it was self-defense. He was just hit with a $1.25 million bond today. And he was already out on bond for refusing to pay a bar tab just 4 days before this. So, you know, he's been arrested many times. This isn't the first time he's been arrested. He's been arrested for drugs. He's been arrested for other things. Chud has a long history of being his own worst enemy. And usually that's how these sort of things end. You know, a lot of people like to blame other people for their bad luck and bad behavior, but I think in this case, Chud's the only one. And having a name Chud doesn't help either. So, David, thank you for the call, though. I really do appreciate it.
And Josh, do you remember where that came from? Chud?
No.
You mean the horror?
It was a movie from the 70s called Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dwellers.
That's right.
It was it was a monster movie from like the 70s.
Oh, yeah, with the sewer that come out of the sewer.
Yeah, they were in the cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers.
Well, somebody once called me a Rizless Chud, so now that makes sense.
There you go, man. It's not going to make anybody forget Olivier and Hamlet.
Oh, you know what happened to all those chud creatures? They wound up in Congress. Anyway, okay, so let's
Yeah, thank you.
Some of them look chud-like. I mean, I'm not naming any names, but you know, some of them, I mean, you could believe they emerged from the underground and cannibalized.
Let me get to one of these questions
But
here.
those have eyes, you know.
Dr. B, how does a parent bring themselves to do that to their own child, especially in the manner he did? Based on all appearances, he was a decent parent to that point. Do you think it bothers him at all? I think they're referring to the Alex Murdaugh case.
Well, you know, there are some people in this world. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen any psych eval of him closely or anything, you know, to comment on that. But generally speaking, when it comes to people who knock people off or in the way, unless they're serial killers, then there's a different quality to them. But if they do it just like, you know, in one instance, they divide up, and you can read about this in New Evil in categories 10 and 11. They divide up into the unsophisticated type that is usually just kind of selfish, you know, and sees people in a Machiavellian way, you know, like, you know, you're an impediment, I've got to get rid of you. But they're immature emotionally. And then the type that's actually a psychopath that like, for example, a psychopathic gang member that just gets rid of a witness callously, like pretends that they're, you know, taking you out for a trip, and when you get there, a whole bunch of guys come out and butcher you, you know, that kind of thing. And but so the elimination murderers of that type, they tend to run the gamut from the kind of selfish, narcissistic to the, you know, psychopathic. But you know, I think it takes a compartmentalized and selfish personality structure. Because people like that will sometimes even be wolves in sheep's clothing that can act like they care about you, but then like you're in the way, and in their mind it's just business, you know. It's like you're in the way of money, like you got to go. Think of Richard III, you know, just like getting rid of each person in line to the throne, you know. It's just business, you know.
Right.
Now's the winter of our discontent.
Yes.
Bob,
Yes. I'm sorry.
Bob, I see you on hold, but it says device not connected. So if you connect your device, I'd be happy to take your call.
It actually says that on my cerebellum. Device not connected. What do you think, John? Since it's on the bingo card. Remember when Ralph Cramden says to Alice, "You think I'm crazy, Alice? Go ahead, get the best doctors in the world. Get the doctors from Vienna. They'll open up my head, and you know what they'll find? They'll find nothing else."
John, did I don't know if you heard this, but last week or so, Dr. Gary was at the Home Depot harassing the plant people.
I was not harassing them. I was pointing out that several of the plants that were selling were poisonous and could kill people. They had literally in a row Dieffenbachia, Sago, right? And I mean, it was like they had all these plants that are deadly. It's just that people don't know they're poisonous.
What do you mean? Like if they eat them?
You can kill somebody with them.
Yeah, but who's doing that?
I don't know. Clever botany.
Well, now all
botany
you're doing
man.
Who didn't like Play-Doh?
Well, now what's going to happen is there's going to be a rash of Home Depot people charged because they're poisoning people with plants because of you. Keep
Hey,
that
we had
crap-
hemlock in the backyard.
keep that crap to yourself.
Never
though.
occurred to me to eat it or turn it into a tea.
Yeah, well, you know.
All
Well,
all the
go-
workers are scared of.
no. But Dieffenbachia is used to knock people out for surgery in some countries. Literally, that's why they call it dumb cane. It knocks you out. They were selling the plant, you know. I'm looking at it like, do you realize this is Dieffenbachia?
Yes,
And then they had, you know, because I'm a plant guy, John. I know so much about plants that I'm fascinated by the
there's a
subject.
sentence you will never hear again, John. I'm a plant guy.
I love plants.
I'm going to tell you something. I learned from my wife. I learned about all these plants too, so I get what Gary's
She's
talking about.
She's a plant gal.
She was a plant gal, but
She's a plant
I
guy.
paid attention. Unlike most husbands, I didn't slip into the
Well, I like unusual exotic plants. I raise plants from all over the world. And the thing I trade them. I find unusual hybrids. I'm like
just saying,
Rick Moranis with that, you know, with
I
the
got
odd-
to tell you something. My wife was a fingerprint examiner, an expert, and a crime analyst.
Oh.
And although she didn't wear a badge, she was plugged into all the investigations. And we were at a nursery here where I live in the Shenandoah Valley, and they had coleus plants.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And she looked at them because for those who don't know or in the area, coleus will have what looks like red spattering on them.
Yeah. All
And
different.
so we're in this nursery full of all these wonderful folks looking for pretty plants. And my wife looks and says, "That looks like it would be at a murder scene. That looks like it's blood spattering on that." I mean, I can't argue with her. That's exactly what it looks like. So I said, "So I'm assuming we don't want these in our yard."
We've sold out of all the poisonous plants at Home Depot. All of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, these coleus plants. So I learned an awful lot about these plants. So.
Yeah, and it's interesting because
from your wife, John. You get what I'm saying, right?
you think men don't like plants.
I didn't say that. I've just never heard somebody say I'm a plant guy. That's just a first.
I learned about, I wouldn't call myself a plant guy
Of course you wouldn't. Why would you?
because I'm a manly he-man.
No, that's not
I
necessary.
am secure enough in myself
That's
that
not,
I can be comfortable with plants. I have no sense of myself as insecure because of
it's
my
not
man.
really exactly where I was going. It's just that
Yeah,
you're
right.
kind of off the beaten path. One time, Gary said that if he was lived in a tribe and there were people out like hunting and gathering, like he would be in the cave writing poetry or something. Remember that?
I did not say that.
You said something like
There's
that.
no world in which I would have said that. Absolutely not. No way.
You'd have been etching poetry on the cave wall.
No.
All right, Michael, go ahead, Michael. Where are you calling from?
Oh, wow. Thank you for having me up, guys. Listen, John Lamb, I'm a big fan of John Lamb. But I want to say, Dr. Gary, it wouldn't be a show without you. You are the Ringo of the show. You're the Ringo star of the show. Love you. Josh, love the lab. I found you because of the interview room with Chris McDonough.
Very good.
Where are you from? You have the greatest voice. You sound like a Hanna-Barbera character. I love how you talk. Where are you from?
I'm from Long Island, guys.
Of
Suffolk County, Long Island.
Long Island.
He sounds like he should be saying yabba dabba doo. So wait a second.
Yabba-dabba-doo.
There you go. Where are you from on Long Island? I grew up not far from there. Where are you on the island?
I grew up in Kings Park, sir.
Oh, very good. I know it very well. So that's so funny. Well, okay.
Yes.
You're close by.
Well, let me ask you this really quick, Mike. Are you a plant guy?
A plant? I don't know what that means.
No, you shouldn't. That's good.
I don't
Are
know
you
what that
Italian,
means.
Michael?
What's that?
Are you Italian?
I got the Italian last name, but I'm Irish and German.
How'd you get an Italian last name and you're Irish and German?
My grandfather died in World War II, and my grandmother remarried.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Interesting.
That makes sense.
Yes.
It happens.
But
All right,
I got to tell you, I love all of you guys. Big fan of you guys. What I love the most about John Lamb is his sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, his smarts. I think he's very brilliant. I think he's a very smart detective. I think when he says things, I agree with them 100% of the time. Now, my question is, and I'm going to direct this question to John Lamb.
Good.
John, have you ever had a guy, so to speak, in your interview room where you found the guy was good for this crime, or maybe a woman, man or a woman, was good for the crime? They went to trial, they were convicted, and then later on, they were found, whether DNA or whatever, they weren't the person. Has that ever happened to you, John Lamb?
Never once, but let me put the caveat on that.
Okay.
When I was a detective, DNA was only just beginning to come up online. But I can say, out of all of the cases that I did secure convictions, none have been overturned on appeal because of DNA evidence. Because part of that is because we weren't relying on DNA evidence, we worked hard to lock down circumstantial and physical evidence. Because in my opinion, and I'm going to be the old guy on the porch saying, get off my lawn.
Right.
We rely often too much on what we perceive to be the modern cops do, on the magic bullet of DNA. When us old-fashioned coppers,
Yes.
if we wore out shoe leather, we talked to people, we sometimes dealt with street informants in a way that they understood I wanted happiness as opposed to, I don't know, Mr. Lamb. And we were often secure confessions to these crimes. And not in the way of like you'd see in the old 50s movies where we turn the light on and, lean across the table. We sit and talk to them, and you can't really confession, particularly if the guy has revealed information that only we and the offender would know.
Yes.
That's very powerful evidence in a court. But no, I've never had a case overturned.
Thank you so much. Is it possible to ask one more question?
Yes, sure.
Sure.
Mr. John Lamb, so the actual thrill to talk to you. And I'm a big fan of the interview room. That's how I know you guys. And I love the lab. John, do you believe the Nancy Guthrie case will be solved?
It may be solved. Securing a conviction in court may be extraordinarily problematic. You've heard the expression shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Well, they've shot, there have been shots into both feet.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that the case, there's the potential for it being solved. I don't know if that is going to carry over into a conviction. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm just a regular guy. So thank you much for your praise, but I get it. It's really a treat, but I'm just a regular guy. So thank you.
I understand, but you're not an average guy. You have witnessed a lot. You have met a lot of bad guys and sat, so to speak, in the interview room with a lot of bad guys.
That's
so your expertise means something to me, sir.
Well, thank you, sir.
And those of us who are from where you're from, we've sat in the bus with a lot of bad guys. Now, John.
That's true.
Oh, that laugh is terrific. You are a character, sir. There's nothing in this world I love more than a character, and you are a character, sir. And,
I'm on the People's Podcast TV. I'm a funny guy. A lot of people know me on the People's Podcast TV.
Very good. Well,
But I'm a big fan of the lab with Josh and the interview room with Chris and Karen. There is no better mystery YouTube show than the lab and the interview room, in my opinion.
Thank you.
All-star guests with a lot of experience. And I could sit and talk to John Lamb all day long. He might change his phone number, but I would love to talk to him all day long.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank
Take
you,
care of
Michael.
yourself. Okay.
Thank you for having me up, Josh. Thank you,
Right.
guys. Bye.
Oh, I loved him.
Hey,
I love that guy.
Oh,
But
come on.
he's great. I just want to give a shout out. I hate that word, but I'm going to use it to Davy Bernstein in the audience, who is someone who actually came up to me on the street and recognized me from these podcasts and said hello to me, and is telling the audience that he did. So hello, and
That's very.
nice to meet you. Yeah.
Hey,
Really
hey, how did it feel to be complimented by Andrew Dice K?
Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah, Clay. Yeah,
I loved that he sounded like Fred Flintstone.
he was awesome. All right, let's go ahead and take our next call.
Really nice guy.
Cassie, where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Arkansas, and can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever called
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yes, I've called before, a while ago, though. Yeah. So first off, I just wanted to say that I have really enjoyed Detective Lamb's insight on the interview room and here and all of that. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the perspective you bring. And I think if they don't know it, I hope they do, that I also very much appreciate what Josh and Gary bring as well. Anyway, I was just calling. First off, I wanted to say I've been really appreciating the Shakespeare references. I've been picking up on them. and then I also just wanted to make a comment. The idea of traveling through the darkness, I really like that. It's a very evocative.
You mean the title of my next book?
Yes. It's a very evocative thing, and something that I've kind of thought of. I don't know about you, Mr. Lamb, but I do know for Josh and Gary that they have both experienced a lot of impactful deaths, and that I think is another maybe portal into that darkness, having to really look hard at your shadow, that kind of thing. But anyway, I'm just gonna ask my question.
Since you like Shakespeare, remember the line, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers come to dust.
Come to dust.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, so I'm just going to ask my question, and then I'm going to get off so that you guys can move along. But I want all three of you to answer this if you can. So the poor guy that we're going to call him at the Nancy Guthrie scene, if each one of you guys had him in a room and you wanted to get him to talk, what strategy would you use? Thank you so much.
Porch guy in the Guthrie case?
Yes, porch guy in the Guthrie case. Thank you so much, and I really love you guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks. I'll go first, and this is why I'm not a cop, because I'd probably just try and smash their fingers. Go ahead, John.
Okay. Thank you. Tell us how you really feel, Josh.
I mean, I'm saying I'd be a terrible cop. I really, really would be.
This is, you may not be satisfied with this answer because my experience as an interviewer, and there was a question I saw, am I good cop and bad cop in an interview? And I can be both at times, but mostly when you embark on an interview, you will talk for a while just to get a sense of who you're dealing with. Because particularly with Porch Guy, we know so little about him or her that my inclination is it's a him, but I've heard the arguments that it may be a woman. But for ease of describing, providing an answer, we'll call him a him. I would have to say that I would want to spend likely a minimum of a half hour just getting a sense of how he answers, how he reacts to questions. Because in an interview, I'm studying body language. I'm studying whether his pupils dilate or constrict. I'm studying whether he's going to shift and blade me in the question or do this, which to me, I've always recognized this is a very defensive action. Like what do cats do when they're menaced? Their hackles go up. They make themselves bigger. So I would be assessing a variety of both physical cues and how he would answer or not answer the questions. So I might be into the interview as much as 45 minutes, maybe even 2 hours before I had a sense. And the only other thing I'd add to that is that very often when you're dealing with murder suspects, my experience has been that they are frightened of what your reaction is going to be. So they need to also learn about me and learn that I'm not going to, reach across the table and grab them by the hair and bang them against the tabletop. That there's nothing they can tell me that I'm going to be horrified about or react with anger. Because very often they're looking for a confessor. And for a while, I was known as Father John. So it would be because if they didn't invoke their rights, they confessed to me. But part of that was I'm not going to be on my timetable. I will talk as long as necessary until they're comfortable telling me what likely is the most horrible thing that they've ever done in their life, or at least I hope that's the case. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, I came up with another one. I probably just lie to them and say I have like DNA and fingerprints.
Lying is certainly an option, and I have done that, but you don't want to, and this is also dovetails with hostage negotiation work. If you tell a lie, you had better be able to ensure that you're not going to be caught in the lie. Because so it's often better, all right, for instance, it's often better to present the lie in terms of a question. For instance, I was working a series of essays where the suspect had stabbed a woman in the throat with a knife. And I asked the suspect, I strongly believe there are fingerprints on this knife. Probably there weren't. When we dust it for fingerprints, are your fingerprints going to be on it? Now, that's a yes or no answer. What he told me was, well, could my brother have the same fingerprints as me?
Yeah.
No. And I would also say that the answer to that question I just asked you was a big yes. So you tend to, you want to employ almost a sort of passive martial arts technique where you're not attacking, but you are attempting to maneuver for a position of strength.
Interesting. Yeah. Dr. Gary?
Well, to be honest, this conversation is about the level of this process that I'm not involved in. I mean, this is the level of like we're investigating and so where I get involved is somebody's accused and, they need you to go in and do an evaluation for the courts or something like that. It's a very different kind of thing. I mean, you're talking about a situation where this guy has like been picked up and he's sitting in the interview room, right? And you want like a cop to go in and talk to him. And that's a very different level to what I do. And I think the answer that John gave, I mean, is perfect. I mean, that's where I would leave it. I mean, if you're talking about what would be said to him later, if he was accused and there was a psychological, that's a kind of a different story. But I do think that my sense is that whoever Porch Guy is, who I don't think is especially intelligent, I think that it's somebody who could be persuaded to give up the kind of mastermind figure who I suspect is behind him. I mean, unless of course chef and door guy or this, waiter are the same, which I know Bob in our group up has suggested is possible. They could be one and the same. But if they're different people, I think Porch Guy could give up the higher guy
Bob,
to the center of the web.
say that. Speaking of Bob, Bob's in the chat, and Bob, if you'd like to come up, just hit the link and come on up, and we'll put you. We'll put you up here with the Mensa panel.
The Mensa panel.
Yeah.
But we need the great stone face here.
Somebody was saying that he seems like a very serious person. And I said, John seems like the kind of guy who watches Roadhouse and thinks it's a romance comedy.
Mensa. Remember when Rose Nyland said that Mensa is what it said on the men's room door in St. Olaf's only Italian restaurant? Mensa. That's hilarious.
My very first night, well, actually the first week when I lateraled to Oceanside PD, I'd worked for Riverside Sheriff's before then in Southern California. Bob and I were riding together, and Bob, it was my fourth night or third night on the department, and we got involved in a high-speed pursuit of armed robbers and attempt murder suspects, and it was like one of the high points of my life. So Bob was an amazing cop, and from back in the day.
I love it. Well, while we wait, is Bob going to come on?
I think so. I think we were loaded down, but he should be able to pop on now.
Well, while we're waiting for Bob, John, what's the stupidest thing you've ever heard a perp say to you?
That they were a plant guy.
Very funny. Seriously, do you have one, John? I got one. What's the stupidest thing you've ever heard? Seriously. I've got one you wouldn't believe. I've heard some doozies.
Well, you go first. I've heard so many. It's like it's an embarrassment of riches.
Okay. Well, I had somebody say to me once, people think I'm stupid. They think I believe that the Simpsons aren't just people in costumes. Okay. You know the cartoon? Right. Okay. I've got stories like that. I've got tons of them of like these really, really stupid things that people say. I had one guy who said, what was it? He said, I'm going to go in the other room. I said, we need a 15-minute break. He said, I'm going to go watch a movie in the other room. And I said, you're not going to get too far into the movie. He said, how long do you think a movie is? It was like open. There's just some of these things that I've heard. I'm just sitting there like, that's diagnostic, maybe, sir.
I'll tell you what, one of the strangest things I ever heard was,
by the way,
and it was from a psychological professional.
Mm-hmm.
Said the story. It's 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a patrol sergeant, and I get a call to the Mission San Luis Rey, which in California, it's a mission built 1790s. Mm-hmm. It's gorgeous, and they filmed episodes of the old Disney series Zorro there at times.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And we get a call. I get a call, and I happen to be nearby of a disturbance there, and the disturbance is a gentleman attempting to have amorous relationships with a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary.
Okay, dear Lord.
And this is in the afternoon, and there are about 60 Japanese tourists there who are taking pictures of said an intended boyfriend of the Blessed Virgin Mary.
Okay.
And they're all taking pictures of him because I guess this is really what they wanted to see in America. Disneyland was okay. SeaWorld was okay. But what we want to get is a picture of a crazy American doing crazy stuff.
I'm going to look for it on eBay.
Yeah, and so they're all taking pictures, and he, as I pull up in the cop car, he looks at me and says, "You leave my girlfriend alone." What do you say to that? I mean, that's crazy you haven't used yet.
Well, but
And so
bizarre.
I get on the radio and go, "Yeah, Stationo, I might need another unit here." And so he jumps down and decides he's going to attack me.
Oh, that's so sad.
And so he pulls his pants up, and I'll leave it to the viewer's imagination as to why he pulled his pants up, because this was Oceanside, the world's largest unfenced nut house. And
God.
he ran at me to attack me. And at the last second, I hit him with my nightstick and hit him hard enough to take him from his feet and bounce him off the pavement. He hit the ground, looked at me, and suddenly says, "Don't hit me with that stick again, I give." So suddenly he's not delusional anymore. So I handcuff him, shove him in my cop car, and get ready to take him to, brace yourself, Gary, I'm about to use a coarse term for a mental health facility.
Oh boy.
I
Okay.
take him to the county screw factory to get rethreaded down in San Diego. As we're driving, he's fairly rational, but about 6 miles into the journey to San Diego, he begins to descend back into crazy land. And he is full barking mad by the time we get to the city of San Diego. So as I bring him into the facility and say, "I'm committing this guy," and the doctor looks at him and says, "Well, yeah, I think we'll keep him." And yeah, good decision. I said, "Doc, fascinating thing. I whacked him with my nightstick, and he was like normal for 15, 20 minutes." And the guy looks at me and goes, "I believe that. Yes, I believe that." He said, "You may not be aware of this, officer, but application of pain can be like rebooting the system. It can actually restore sanity for brief periods." I thought it was fascinating. So I said, "So like what? We should hit crazy people with sticks?"
Oh my God.
He said, "Well, there might be a momentary therapeutic value to it, but no, I wouldn't recommend that." And so, that was one of the things we did. But yeah, that was
Let's just say it's good he pulled his pants up. Because it would have turned into Zorro between you with that nightstick and him coming at you with the pants down.
Yeah, for those of you who, I was normal when I went into cop work. Relative, whatever that term means. I consider it a credit to myself that I'm still fairly normal today, considering all the things I saw.
Yeah, but see, that story clearly involves somebody deeply disturbed. The tragedy is the people I'm talking about were just not very bright. The things that they say. Didn't I tell you the story about the guy that thought I was Robert Mitchum? Let me tell you that story. I kept coming up, "Can I have your autograph?" So I said, "Why? Aren't you Robert Mitchum from the Night of the Hunter?" So I said, "Robert Mitchum is dead." And he looked me up and down. He goes, "Well, obviously he isn't, because I'm looking at him." There's a lot of that. I have so many stories like that of people just it fascinates me because of the concrete things that the brain can do are very funny. Is Bob said he's having trouble getting in?
Yeah. Okay, so Bob, if you're listening, all right, go ahead and try and hop on now. Nobody try and join because it'll just automatically kick you. Because I'm trying to get Bob on, and I'm trying to stop these two from melting down.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought that story was fascinating.
It was fantastic.
And it's really, really depressing.
Until Bob can get up,
How about another question?
Yeah, is there anybody else on the line?
Okay, there's Bob. There's Bob. Hold on, we got Bob.
Excellent.
We've
Now
got
we're good. Okay, now sorry about that, guys. There he is.
There's
watching this lunacy tonight, I guess.
Hey, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, good. Please.
But
Uh-oh. Is Mike messed up?
hang on. It could be me. Hang on. Okay.
Oh, no, we just said
Here.
welcome.
yeah, we were just all quiet
Well,
for a change.
thanks for letting me crash your party here,
Oh
fellas.
yeah, no, we were. It's because I was thinking about you, and I just didn't have it. By the time we were starting the show, I didn't have any contact info, and I was like, oh, it's probably too late to ask him. But I've been wanting to have you on. I mean, obviously, it's a great pleasure, and we've been on the interview room together before, but big fan, and you bring a lot to the conversation. I know you're buddies with these two goofballs right here. And by the way, did you hear Gary say that he was a plant guy?
I did.
You
I did.
Just making sure. I just wanted
I'm not even going to go there. I was going to zing John on one, but I'm just going to leave that alone right now.
I grew up with farmers. I mean, I learned about them. What do you want me to do?
well, that makes a little more sense, except I don't believe you. Okay, so
My family in Italy, they were all farmers.
you didn't grow up in Italy.
Excuse me. My whole family is from Italy. I just happen to be born here.
You're not from Italy.
But when they came here, they acted like they were still in Italy. They made the backyard in Brooklyn into like a little plot of Naples.
So it was.
Yeah, they grow everything the same way. Are you
In
kidding?
fairness, Josh, I wasn't born in Ireland, but I like Irish whiskey.
Well, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with plants. Irish.
Well, rye whiskey.
That's
Yeah.
good. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take our next call here, Bob. It's a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you letting me join tonight.
Come up. All right. Oceanside Lady is on. Where are you calling from? I'm guessing Oceanside.
Hey there. Can you
Hey.
hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay. First, before I ask my question, I want to say something to John and Bob. I grew up on South Myers way, way back when you guys were there. And I now live just at the top of the hill from the Mission. If I go to the end of the street, I can look down on it. So it's still a great town to live in. And it was crazy back in the 70s. Insane.
Yes.
Oh,
And
really?
through
Yes.
the 80s. Yes.
Do you
For real?
remember that video of a certain ethnic transvestite hookers who would walk up and down as a young girl? Us young girls were like, oh, how are we ever going to be that sexy? They would have the Daisy Duke shorts that didn't know that they were
The drag strip is what we called it.
Those are the ones that you and Chris had to pick up with the wire, huh?
Oh my God. They were like very tall and, athletic. And anyway, I just remember when we were little girls, we were like, oh gosh, we're never going to grow up like that.
Well, back in the day, the transvestites and the prostitutes lined Hill Street, which is now
Yes.
Highway 101, like parking meters. So,
Yes.
especially on payday weekends, Marine Corps
Yeah.
payday weekends. Crazy.
And there was fighting everywhere on the streets with the young
Yep.
guys. It was crazy. Well, I have a question that comes up now and then, and it's technical, and probably Gary might be even better suited to answer it. But so we all know serial killers, but then what about, say, gang members who have killed multiple people? What is the difference between,
Question.
they're killing people, a career killer, I guess you would call it, versus a
Good
serial
question.
killer?
Because serial killing in the original definition said that you killed 3 or more people separated by a cooling off period in the service of abnormal psychological gratification, which means that it's a personal cause offense. A gang member operates like a person in an army. They see themselves as part of a group of people pragmatically doing what they do. And so you don't consider those people serial killers. Now, sometimes within an organized crime racket, You could have a person who's a sort of independent operator like Richard Kokinski, the Iceman, that you could consider a serial killer because he elevated knocking people off to a kind of art, where he was like an independent contractor kind of a thing. He would do things like ring a person's doorbell, and when they look through the peephole, shoot them in the eyeball, or tie somebody up to a tree and cover them in something and let the bugs, attack them and then kill, things like that. He was, put poison gases and things like that. He really was relishing it for personal sadism. What happened?
He used cyanide a lot too. He got really good at it.
And he was very good. I hate to say good at. He was very good at making a body seem like it had died, like the person had died at a different time than they did by icing the body or doing things. That's why they called him the Iceman. He was very good at that, at fooling people by changing the temperature of the body. So, but he operated differently, than the average hitman. He sort of enjoyed it. He was a sadist who got a kick out of it, And so it's all about the psychological gratification that you're drawing out of it. So sometimes you can have people embedded within gangs that are just psychopaths that sometimes relish it and do it for reasons that are private. For example, there are sexual sadists that can exist within a gang. And they're not engaging in that because the whole gang is, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So cases like that where a serial killer is sort of tucked away within the gang or the organized crime. But for the most part, a serial killer is a pretty independent agent who's going out for personal reasons, doing things that are, either sexually perverse or torturing people to play out a fantasy. Now, very, very different kind of a person, but it's a good question.
Can I ask you, one time I was at a friend's house and she had a man who had been like couch surfing with some people, and he was doing a floor replacement at her house. And he came over to her house and she was like, "Oh, I want you to meet this guy so he can do some work at your house." And as soon as he walked in and he locked eyes on me, I became very ill. I had to like go to her bathroom and become very ill. And I was like, I thought maybe, oh gosh, I ate something wrong. But as soon as he locked eyes on me, I became very ill. And I left immediately because, I got sick. And then I never spoke to that person or saw that person again. But a few months later, my friend said, "Oh, I'm so upset. They picked up this guy, the FBI. He was from Michigan or someplace, Wisconsin or Michigan. And he had been an enforcer for a cartel type person, or like, that type of, and he was the person who would go and torture you until you gave up the money or the drugs or whatever. And he had dismembered and killed a few people. And so they had tracked him down. But it's weird how, like, as soon as I was in his presence, I became very physically ill and couldn't stay in the room.
Well, sometimes when you're in the presence of people with severe character pathology, you can feel that way. If you've ever encountered people with certain awful personalities, they can feel vampiric. You walk away sometimes picking up their emptiness, their rage. You guys have been in the presence of offenders who are so hideous that you walk away sick to your stomach, right? Haven't you? I've dealt with child offenders and things like that. You walk away and you really want to throw up.
Do you think that I felt like his ability to lock on to a victim, and that maybe because I'm a registered nurse and I was trauma, I was burn ICU, I've seen and done a lot. So well, I'm not easily.
Maybe you're an empathic person. Some empathic people can do that. They can walk into a room and kind of feel people out like that. It's very interesting. But I think that is a real phenomenon. I have been in the presence of people like that who they leech you. They sort of leech you out. I mean, have you guys ever met anybody like that? Like just being around them makes you feel horrible.
Yeah,
or the energy in the room, or they condescend to you with every subtle comment, or it's a real thing.
Suck the oxygen out of the room.
Yeah.
I would suspect with the caller here also that what she picked up were subtle nonverbal clues that there's, always trust your gut instinct. I forget who wrote it. There was an author from the Max Planck Institute who wrote about the nonlinear instantaneous reasoning the human brain is capable of. And basically what it boiled down to was trust your instincts.
I'll put it in simpler terms than John did, but it's a sixth sense, and that's what we call it in police work. You know, once you have just a little bit of experience under your belt, you know when something's wrong and when it's not. And 99 times out of 100, that sense is correct if you just act on it.
You guys are wonderful. And Josh, I thought so much about you while I was listening to that Emily talk about her dad in the Corey Richards trial. And I really prayed for you.
Yeah, you know what? Like it was an interest. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't explain how I felt. I felt happy for the young men, but like I said, I felt envious for the sentence, because I would have just saved me and my family a lot of heartache and a lot of just trouble. And so, but yeah, I was it was nice to see a judge be so considerate towards the children, and not only the children right now, but the children 30 and 40 years from today. So that is, because this lady, I mean, she's this Corey Richards is she's pretty young, you know. I mean, if she could live, I don't know, another 60 years, and these young men could be all grown up, and
she can still have their life insurance.
Well, I'm going to tell you, having to tell my children that my dad was going to get out of jail was not a fun thing. Or prison, excuse me, not jail, prison, after 37, 38 years. It was horrible. I hated to have to do it, because all they'd ever known was that, he was in prison, and that they didn't have to deal with that. And that was not that they have to now, but it was kind of a shock to them, as it was to me. So this judge is saving not just these kids, the worry of that, but their kids as well. And so,
is your dad going to be far away from you?
There's no contact orders and things like that. It's not going to be an easy life for him on the outside. He's got, felony murder parole is, I guess, he has to, he's not allowed around sort of within the same county, or within a certain amount of 100 miles or something along those lines. So yeah, we're protected by the law still. But the fact of the matter is, what if I go to the Bay Area at a baseball game and he's there? There's nothing I could do about that. And so I'm not saying that that'll happen, but I worry about my grandmother. I'm not worried about that personally, but I worry about that for my grandmother. I worry about that for my aunt, who was shot by him and survived. God forbid she ever has to run into him anywhere. I mean, that's to me, those sort of things are wrong. And I don't think that it should be even an option.
Well, I pray for your family and for you, and I hope everything will work out for the best.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Josh, well, we've got these guys here. Somebody wrote to me recently about an unsolved homicide that was in Oceanside. And I was going to ask you if you'd ever heard of it. It was called the Rocco Pietro murder. He was found at the Hilltop Motel at 1607 South Coast Highway in 1988. You know that case? I should direct them to you. If it's an unsolved homicide, right?
Yeah, it is. It was the stabbing, the Hilltop Motel.
Yeah.
You're not gonna confuse it with like any top tier hotel lodging. No. I'm thinking Roach Motel.
You both know the hotel?
Oh, yeah. We both know the motel.
Where do you think they picked up the hookers?
Right. You could check in, but you can't check out. That kind
It
of
didn't, the Hilltop didn't it didn't have
Yeah.
a lot of hooker trade. That tended to be places like the Seahorse and the Motel 9. Wouldn't you agree, Bob?
The seahorse.
Yeah.
And Wally Johnson's, another gem of a place.
Well, Wally Johnson's was infamous for everything. You
Um,
name it, everything happened there.
And we could name murders that happened at these motels. The Hilltop Motel
Mm-hmm.
had what appeared to have been perhaps homosexual overtones to it.
Mhm.
And we had a lot of those types of murders in Oceanside too. They were what we would call gay on gay violent encounters. The case, it wasn't personally my case, but I knew of the detective that worked it.
Mm.
And they did pick up a juvenile suspect.
A black guy, right? Carl,
Yeah.
an African American man, Carl.
Yes, and
person told me yeah.
I was not. Again, I'm going to stress I was on the periphery of this investigation. I did not feel that it was the suspect, but I wasn't the investigator. But they subsequently had to release the Carl, and they put out they had an identikit sort of sketch of the suspect. Nothing came of it. And my feeling is that had the investigators focused on working within the cruiser gay subculture, the bars, they might have come up with the information. I worked several murders in that sort of milieu.
Interesting.
And that's how we got the information. I had to go looking for it because it wasn't going to be volunteered. So it could have been solved. It might still be solved, but.
Well, that's why the person approached me is that this is one of these cases where there's a push to try to use, people want DNA used to try to get closure on that case. And I mean, he was stabbed 7 times. It was very brutal and the whole thing. And there's no closure.
It was a savage murder.
Yeah, and it's one of the most, because I know Oceanside has a number of infamous unsolved cases. Is Leticia Hernandez solved?
No.
I mean,
let's just put it this way. Officially, it's not solved. Unofficially,
I see.
We know who did it.
Yeah, they got this guy got a really unbelievable ruling by a judge to exclude some DNA evidence, from what I recall.
And the problem was also is that the original detective, who was a detective that worked for me, and I was supervising child protection and family protection unit. So I was supervising child abuse cases, and there was a superb detective who initially did the interview, and for reasons that to this day, still I don't understand, he was pulled from the interview. I firmly believe had the detective been allowed to continue the interview, he'd have gotten a confession.
Oh, wow.
But egos became involved, and but we know who did the Leticia Hernandez.
That's such a horrible case.
Yeah,
I hate that story.
And it's kind of your typical right around the corner type of guy, which is, this was like a, I really went over that case in depth. I even did a little mini documentary about it because it was so fascinating to me, because I mean, it was like it was just a nationwide manhunt. There were sightings everywhere, and it was just
such a sweet looking kid,
and it was just within the neighborhood, which it all came back to, it's so sad. And the parents, just wanted answers, and that poor little girl, she just never got a chance to grow up. And what a terrible case that is. So
yeah, it is.
Yeah, Oceanside lady, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and take our next call, and that is Paige. Paige, Go ahead. You're on, and where are you calling from? You're muted too, just in case you don't. There you go.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I was so close up.
You're up.
Okay. So it's great to see all of you. I watch you all the time. Feel like I know all of you. Watch the interview room, and Josh, I watch all your videos, and Dr. Gary, I love your piano. Anyway, so I do have one thing on the Nancy Guthrie case, but
Okay.
I just want to say, first off, genetic genealogy terrifies me, and I hate it. I'm going to explain, Dr. Gary, before you.
No, I'm dying to hear. That's fascinating.
Yeah. I think it's great that it solves murders, but in 2020, when everybody got bored and everybody was on lockdown, well, let me back up. I'm adopted. I was a black market baby in the early 70s. If you don't know what that is, I wasn't adopted traditionally. I was literally bought and paid for.
Wow.
Yeah. And I always felt like a huge part of me was missing. I don't know why. I had a perfect childhood, actually better than perfect. My parents, we had whatever we needed. You know, my parents were amazing. But I was a horrible child. I can't say because of it, but I always just felt like a part of me was missing, and I hated my life all the time because I didn't know who my quote unquote real parents were. And so I made myself have a horrible childhood, which I didn't, but in my eyes, I did. I was always in trouble. So I started having kids at 17. I had my son. 6 years later, I had a daughter. 9 months later, I had two daughters. And so by the time I was 23, I had 4 kids. But through all that time, I tried everything. I had my parents get a private eye, try to unseal my court record. They did. There was nothing there. It was the most bizarre thing. So fast forward to the internet. I'm on boards, I'm in chat groups, blah, 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 can't find anything. And then my sister, who's 4 years younger than me, turned 18. And she was adopted through an adoption agency, Edna Gladney. Found her birth father within 3 hours and was in contact with him. But she got involved in the most horrible situations with her mother and her birth father. They were not together, but they were married, and they both ended up having divorces because of their relationship with her. Neither had told their spouses they had given a baby up for adoption, and it ruined her whole college experience, and really hurt my parents. And when I say my parents, I mean my adopted parents. And it really hurt them, my mom especially. So I had 4 kids. I'm crazy busy. 2020 comes around. I had given up on the search. I had expended all of my avenues, gave up, and actually came to terms with it. I apologized to my parents. I had long conversations with them, and we made amends, and everything was perfect. Well, 2020 rolls around and everybody's bored. My son's grandma decided to do Ancestry and me and get into genealogy. She uploaded everyone's DNA. Within 4 months, I get a phone call from a woman who had, well, my son told me, I'm giving this lady your phone number. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I said, okay. She calls me and she says, you had a brother. And I'm like, what? So apparently she had uploaded her son's DNA, and they had adopted him, and they were trying to find his birth parents. Well, my son comes up, I don't know, they actually thought that my son was his brother as close as the genetics were. And I said, no, that's my son. That would have been his nephew. And she says, well, I want you to know you had a brother. So I send her directly my DNA to be tested at a lab. Well, I sent it to the lab. And yes, it was my brother. He had died 3 months previous of pancreatic cancer. I'm devastated. I had given up on all of this. I'd moved on with my life. I'm happy. You know, I'm on my 4th marriage. My kids are all gone. I've got grandkids, and you know, everything's beautiful in the world. And then this happens, and it devastated me. And I couldn't get out of bed for probably 2 weeks. Then 3 months later, I get an email, and this girl says, I've been in touch with my brother, mother had given her my email, and she said, we're sisters. And I said, what? Call me. So we talked for a whole day, and me and my brother were a product of our birth mother and her father.
Oh.
Of all the situations I thought in my whole life, that never was one of them. But this sister, so my brother was a year older than me. The sister that got a hold of me was 3 years younger than me. And I was like, wow, that's a jump. She was a product of our birth mother and her brother. So it was a lot of incest in that whole family. So then she gets a hold of our birth mother, who I already knew. I'd already found her. I hadn't contacted her. I didn't want to at this point. And I knew she had 4 kids already and had lost one. But so my biological sister gets a hold of her and has this whole thing going on. The birth mother doesn't want to have contact with us, but her older daughter will. And it turns out there's one more of us out there that was a product of the brother and our birth mother, the brother sister thing. But it ruined. It nearly ruined me. It was really hard, and I still talk to I say sister. She's not my sister. I have an adopted sister that is my sister, but I just say sister for this conversation. But it can ruin your life. You know, people say, you know, as a birth mother, some of them don't want to be found. And this whole genetic thing, the genetic genealogy, is scary. And honestly, I don't like it. And eventually, hopefully not, but there is one more of us out there that if they ever uploaded their DNA could find us. And I've already told my sister, please don't forward my information to anyone else. I don't want any more of this, you know. And I've always had a dark sense of humor, really dark, and a horrible sense of humor. And so for Christmas that year, my son got me the Lannister banner from Game of Thrones. And we just thought it was hilarious. And my wife is just like, oh my God. And I put it up. And it's just like, it's the only way I can deal with things,
Well,
you know, is dark humor.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Of course.
Paige, you know, and first off, let me tell you that your story is incredible in a lot of ways, and you know, tragic in some as well. But it sounds as though, you know, when I'm listening to you talk, that you know, this kind of took you by surprise and was devastating. And you say that it even almost ruined your life, but it sounds as though you have a lot of loved ones and a lot of people that you care about in your life as well. And, you know, you're not a product of, you know, something that you had nothing to do with. It wasn't you that has done these things. You know, you're not responsible for that. And I think that, you know, you have found some joy in life. I mean, would you agree with that?
Definitely. Once I had my children and gave up on the search and talked to my parents and reconciled with them because I had been horrible to them. A lot of times I told them, "You're not my real parents. You can't tell me what to do." And I did. Not gonna lie. I hurt my parents a lot growing up.
I understand.
And, but once I reconciled with them and gave up the search, everything was great.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, it's just one of those, you know, your past comes back to haunt you, but it seems like you are living life and you have a family, and that's something that these people can never take away from you. You kind of rise from the ashes. I know when you started your story, you know, you said that you were a black market baby. I had no idea where this was going. And, you know,
Yeah.
you know, and I've heard of things like that, but I've never actually talked to somebody that's had something like that happen. And, you know, I think that, you know, sometimes people have an identity crisis, even in their younger years, no matter the genetics or no matter who your parents are. If you know who your parents are, adolescence is a very tough, a tough time for a lot of people. And, you know, I don't know, Dr. Gary, if you have any thoughts before we go.
Well, I just think that the general comment about any technology is that it could be used for goodness or for, you know, or terrible things could come out of it. It's actually one of the things I write about is as soon as the technology comes out, somebody uses it for violence or for sexual purposes, or it could be used for good reasons. It's just a kind of matter of time. There's an old saying that says to remember that typhus and swans came from the same god. Well, the idea being that with anything in this world, you know, bad and good could come out of it. I mean, I think you'd agree that there's also a great deal of utility to this for solving crimes. Even though there are these unintended, terrible side effects, I mean, it has helped to solve some pretty bad crimes and get people locked up who might go on and kill more people, right?
I agree.
People. So it's like you're an example of the sort of accident, you know, the unintended side effect of a good thing. And that's, you know, I find that very, very sad. But the reality is, you know, would you give up the technology if you could? Would you dismantle it and throw it out, or do you think you got to take the good with the bad with it?
No, I wouldn't.
You just hate, right? Because it hurt you. Yeah.
What I would have done in hindsight is given my son advice on whether to let his grandmother do this, because he, once finding all this out and everything and how hurt I was and how just sick I was for a while about all of it, because obviously it devastated me for a while, and luckily I bounced back. Now, you're talking about years of therapy. I've been in therapy since I was 9, you know, heavy therapy, like people like you, Dr. Gary, like hardcore professionals that deal with this stuff. And, you know,
I'm proud of it. We've come a long way, I'm sure.
I mean, I wouldn't be here without my psychiatrist and psychologist and therapist.
But the same point about typhus and swans coming from the same god. I mean, think about your family tree. I mean, you came from the same family tree.
Right.
I mean, I'm a very nice person and an empathic person. And
I share DNA with somebody I'm not too fond of either, so I get it.
what I'm saying. I mean, a tree has, can go in all different directions. Here's another plant thing, but a tree can go in all kinds of directions, and I think that's how you have to see it, is that, you're an example of a good thing to sort of come out of that same lineage.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. No, I'm there now, and I am glad that genetic genealogy can help solve crimes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But think about how it felt to those family members that met you and realized that they had a good relative.
Exactly.
And that probably meant a lot to them, because there are some people that, they think they're alone in the world, or they had horrible parents or something. And then they discover that they have you for a sister. And I'm sure that was very consoling to this woman. I mean, your brother, unfortunately, it sounds like he didn't get to know you.
No.
But your sister, it's so I think you turned out to be a good thing for them. From their side of it, the genetic genealogy led to a good thing.
Definitely. And she has been in contact with all of my kids. They're all Facebook friends. They talk all the time, all of that. But anyway, sorry I got into all of that.
No. Yeah, it's a very unique story, and it's nice that we can listen to it.
Well, and Paige, thank you so much. It's very brave of you to put. I know what that's like. So I do really appreciate the call and the story. It was
Thank you.
Very kind of you to call in.
I just have one thing to say about the Nancy Guthrie case. I watched True Crime forever. Like I said, I follow all of you, but this case is crazy and keeps me up at night. But there's one thing nobody talks about, and I don't understand why. I'm not putting it on any of you, but okay, so her phone the app disconnected from her pacemaker at whatever time, doesn't matter, I don't care. But why is everybody assuming, because the phone was found in her bedroom, why are they assuming that it disconnected in her bedroom? It didn't have to.
I'm not assuming that.
Well, I've never heard anybody talk about it. I've never heard anybody say, that phone could have been in Phoenix.
No, but we have talked about the possibility just a possibility, not a likelihood, but a possibility. Bob has talked about this, and John, that it's entirely possible that Nancy, if she's deceased, didn't meet her end there, and that the entire thing was staged up to look like she did.
Okay, I guess I missed that, because everybody I've talked to is like, no, they found the phone in the bedroom. That's where it disconnected. No, like, she could have been in Timbuktu and they took the phone away from her and planted it in her house before it was found, but it could have disconnected anywhere.
I would encourage you to watch some of the recent episodes of The Interview Room with Chris McDonough, where he's had us on as part of a panel. Because what you'll see is that if you're really being methodical about it, and guys, keep me honest, if you're really being methodical about it, there's really nothing that could be independently corroborated past the Uber dropping her off at her.
Exactly.
I mean, isn't that correct, guys? Yeah. I mean, the rest is all, based on a narrative that, you could believe or not believe, but I'm sure that law enforcement checked it all out. But as far as
I'm sure,
no, I mean, the sort of confirmable narrative ends there, and everything else, in theory, it's interesting to think about.
Okay.
So that was an astute point you make, because I think a lot of people make the logical leap that she must have met her end there, and actually, that's technically it's possible that she didn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are many cases in which people stage a little bit of blood and things like that. But, probable, that's another story. But it's something that I think you should keep on the table as an interesting possibility.
Right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
What a story that was, right? That was like something out of my God. I mean, there was
incredible.
When you started out, I was like, "Where's this going?" I mean, it was.
How about that? She finds out that she had a brother, and he dies of pancreatic cancer right at the time that she finds out. I mean, what a story that was! That was terrible.
Yeah,
but very brave soul.
All right, let's take our next call here. Cassie, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Hey, I'm calling from Dallas. Can you hear me?
I can.
Is that our
Okay.
second Cassie tonight, John?
It is.
I'm not sure.
Earlier I thought y'all were calling me, but it
No.
wasn't me. She was from Arkansas.
Pair of Cassies.
Yes,
Okay.
I noticed that we've had a lot of male callers tonight too.
David and Joey.
Yeah, there's another one too.
Okay.
I think we're getting more diverse. You know, people love plants, guys too.
Well, that was going to be my first question is what's Dr. Gary's favorite plant?
Okay. Started on that. That's too long of a conversation.
It's probably
You have to have a favorite. You have to have a favorite.
I want to know what your favorite plant is. It's probably a fern.
Oh, I actually hate those. No, moving along. Not good. And I'm walking into a minefield with this conversation. I'm a lot of things, but stupid is not on the list. Let's move that along. Okay, next.
Okay, I
I
just
know what he's doing. Next thing you know, tomorrow it'll be a little clip on YouTube Shorts of him mocking me about this. I've seen it. You know. Why don't you tell one of those stories about the camel, the baby Jesus that you like to tell, Jeff? Go ahead, tell them.
It's so mad.
Or when you got attacked by the turkey.
Yeah, I got attacked by a turkey. Big whoop. I didn't get attacked. I didn't get robbed by a 7-year-old on a train like you did.
Josh, you wrote a children's book about the camel that went to go visit the baby Jesus having a conversation. That's
not
funny.
First of all, it's not finished, and second of all, it's not a children's book.
What is, wait, wait. Tell them about when you asked me. I asked you how old you were when you wrote it. Tell them. They'll find that funny.
All right, Kathy, what's your question besides favorite
Well,
plant?
I just had a few statements. I have something for everybody here, but Josh, I was going to start with you. I also had thought about you during the Corey Richins, the sentencing, and just how difficult. I feel like you, not that you need me to justify your feelings, but I can imagine that being an incredibly complex, feeling, because I'm sure you're happy for those children that they do not have to go through what you did, but
Very happy for him. Yeah.
but it also feels very, I'm sure, unfair that you did have to do that. And so and so I just wanted to let you know I admire your strength and your fortitude to have to have gone through that, and you shouldn't have had to, but so I just wanted to start with that.
Appreciate
And
it.
then I have some notes here because I tend to get nervous when I talk, so I forget stuff. And then let's see, for Dr. Gary, I just had a basic question. And then I have another question about the Nancy Guthrie case. I was just curious if you viewed yourself more, do you view yourself more as kind of a natural a pessimist or an optimist, or do you somewhere in the middle? And do you feel like
a perpetually disappointed optimist?
Okay. All right. That's fair. I mean, I would think it would be hard not to a lot of times you take an optimistic perspective, you seem to have an optimistic take on things, even though, the work you do, I can't imagine.
Yeah. Well, there's an old expression that says, predict the worst and you'll always be a prophet.
Yeah, there you
There's
go.
a lot of truth to that. I mean, but I try to remain optimistic, but the reality is that a lot of people, I mean, when nobody's looking there.
Yeah, it's hard to see the forest through the bonsai tree, right, Dr. Gary?
Thank you, Daniel's son. Anyway, I think that's an interesting question, but I try to keep upbeat about human nature, but unfortunately, human nature can be very dark.
Right.
It does knock you down a lot. I mean, the things we have to see are.
Of course.
Here's a good example of the sterling nature of humanity. I was in Manhattan one time and crossing, I don't remember where it was actually. And there was a police tape, around scansion tape, and somebody had been hit by a vehicle. And then the police were arresting somebody. So I walked over being curious about all these morbid things. I said, just curious, is this the guy who was driving the vehicle? No. That guy was driving the vehicle, killed this guy. And I said, well, what are you arresting this guy for? And he said, well, when he was crossing the street, he took the guy who was killed. He took his wallet.
No.
And I said, so what did he say? I said, out of curiosity. He said, well, he said he didn't need it anymore. I thought to myself, you know, but it's what it is. It's like a buzzard, you know, that basically just, you know, picked up, you know, whatever he could use. So yeah, sometimes there is that dark stuff, but then there are other times that people do the most amazing things that really remind you how incredible human beings can be. I mean, you have no idea. And I think, unfortunately, the bad stuff gets all the attention, and then but those of us in these dark professions, we've also encountered people that are pretty amazing. I mean, people that throw themselves in front of bullets and all that. I mean, haven't you guys encountered incredibly heroic people too?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have an example so everybody doesn't get depressed from? Are there any positives that you could think of?
Oh, geez.
Anyone?
How about something as simple as coming to work every day and not hating the human race?
Well, there you go.
I am what I would call an optimistic pessimist. I expect the worst, but I'm appreciative when it isn't the worst.
Yeah.
But there are guys and gals, paramedics, cops, firefighters, emergency first responders who have glimpsed hell, and they very frequently they see it on a daily basis.
Right.
Yet they continue to come to work. They continue to focus on serving the community, a genuine service, and it's not just simply offering platitudes. And they do it day after day. It's a quiet sort of heroism, but it is heroism nonetheless. Because it would be easy to say, let's just get dynamite and blow this, let's just blow this up because people are no damn good. Right. So to keep that going every day requires both fortitude and a focus on recognizing that you can make even tiny differences.
Yes.
Right. No, I think that's a beautiful way to see it. And by the way, as you were telling that story, someone in the audience said they read about a case where somebody in a Walmart was having a seizure and they robbed him during the seizure.
That's nice.
All right.
There's some pretty dark stuff that goes on.
I worked a murder of a drug dealer, and she was in a motel room. The Miramar, Bob. Recognize that place? The Miramar Motor Inn. And when I arrived, the cops had secured the scene. The woman was obese and middle-aged, and there had been 4 people in the room, including her daughter, who witnessed this murder occur. Yet before they called 911, they'd searched her body for the drugs. Her pockets were pulled out.
Oh.
And you just stand and look at that, and you can either sit back and bewail how evil human nature is, or you can laugh at it and go, all right, well, this is the sooner I would think a cop learns that cop work is nothing more than a protracted episode of burlesque violence from a Monty Python series, the happier and healthier you'll be. And I remember asking the daughter, did you basically pillage your mom's body? Well, no, she hadn't had a chance to. Others had gotten to it. And in their mind, it was like, again, as you said, Gary, well, she ain't using it anymore.
Right.
And if the cops got here, well, we're just going to book it into evidence and it'll be gone for good. So, you learn, I guess one thing that you learn as a cop is that whatever your rules or whatever your envisioning of what reality is or the nature of civilization, it's merely an opinion. And that you're going to discover that there's a vast arena of what people consider to be natural or normal.
Right.
I think that Monty Python is going on the bingo card.
Definitely. It's been mentioned.
There you go.
I do like.
So
I
I'll tell you a similar
Nobody
story.
expects Spanish Inquisition.
I'll tell you a similar story to Gary's missing wallet caper. This is probably 2003 or so when I was a Denver police officer, and my partner and I are going to a shoplifter at the Walmart at 35th and Quebec in Northeast Denver. That Walmart, by the way, had more crime than any Walmart west of the Mississippi. Any Walmart west of the Mississippi.
That's saying a lot.
It is. And so we were very used to this place. And just as we rolled up, the Walmart security, and they had a very robust cadre of security people there, very good too. And they had this guy rolled up for shoplift, but the guy had made his way out the doors, was getting on his bike when they grabbed him. They grabbed him and handcuffed him. So his bike fell over. And just as his bike fell over, the security guards are walking him in, and they're trying to get another security guard to go out and secure his bike. But another thief, not known to the original shoplifter, jumps on his bike and takes off. And that's about the time we got there. Of course, we didn't know the bike was stolen or anything. And so he just, it's just opportunity presented itself, and this turd went and grabbed this bike. So, and he got away with it, as far as I know.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But I think that I think that to answer your question, what we're collectively saying is that we try to keep an upbeat attitude about human nature and to be optimistic, but every day, there are going to be these extremely grim things that we see. But so I think it is a challenge to try to, believe in something. But I think if we didn't believe in something higher, we wouldn't be doing this work. I mean, that's the whole
Gary,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've read any of the books by the humorist P.J. O'Rourke.
Oh, I know P.J. O'Rourke.
Yeah, he once said anybody can moan about the state of the world, but how many of us can do 20 minutes of stand-up comedy? And I think that is a powerful point. It would be easy to snivel and moan and go, "Oh, what does that bring to the party?" Look, we all got the memo that the human race can be pretty disagreeable. So what you do is you decide that you're not going to contribute to it. And if you can lighten people's spirits, whether you want to call it gallows humor or whatever, you do it. So, yeah.
I always love listening to John go on about. You have a lot of wisdom, and I really enjoy your perspective on things. And my husband is a firefighter. He's been a firefighter for almost 30 years. So he has seen a lot as well. And so
He has.
I'm very familiar with the gallows humor and the laugh or you cry, but he has kind of the same approach as you were talking about, kind of the optimistic pessimist or the pessimistic optimist, that sort of thing. You see so much horrible thing, you see so many horrible things, but it's the moments. There's also a lot of good moments, where they're able to that kind of make up in a way for some of the horrific tragedies that they and sometimes you just have to laugh at the absurdity of life,
There's
and
a lot of it. I remember.
Thank your husband for his service, and thank you because you probably keep him healthy and happy also. That's how, look, I'm not going to claim credit for like somehow it was through any sort of innate virtue or strength of character on my part. Part of the reason that I believe others might argue differently, I'm emotionally and mentally healthy is that I was married to a wonderful woman who kept me balanced. So
he has said that about, he you know, he does come home and, you know, but in not great days all the time, but you know, being able to talk about it, you know, and have somebody to actually listen and empathize
Yep.
and just be there. You know, he says he has said that, you know,
I
that's
remember,
probably what's kept him sane to an extent.
yeah, well, that's amazing. I mean, it makes all the difference for a person. Joyce was your wife's name, right, John? Joyce? Yeah.
There you go.
But I remember when I was in seminary, I was talking to a priest about some of these awful things that I was seeing even then. And I remember the priest explained to me, he said, you know, in theological terms, he said that part of the way the darkness works, you know, is that all these terrible things make us think that we're so bestial and you know, so bestial and ugly that God couldn't possibly love us. The idea of it is that if you think of humanity as being so animal and hideous, you'll forget the spirituality inside of people and you despair. That's the idea. And the more hideous it is, the more butchered children and all these horrible things you see, the easier it is to say, how could there possibly be anything higher than this? That's the idea of it. It breaks your spirit and you can't let it, right? That's the idea. And, you know, like Eleanor Roosevelt said, it's better to light a single candle than to curse the darkness. And it's true. Rather than get gobbled up in it, go out and do something, you know, fight it.
Yeah.
And that's what we try to do. And, you know, but sometimes the darkness gets tough. That's the idea.
Yeah.
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 Otis wanted to say hi to everybody. Really.
Oh, God. Is that the smaller one?
He rarely makes an appearance. Yeah, it's always Macho. But for
Can you imagine that this is the smaller one?
Yeah, this is Otis.
What are you feeding that dog?
Hormel
Are you
chili.
calling him fat?
He's a huge dog. I mean, look, hold on. Let me see, Josh. Hold him up.
Say hi.
It's a beautiful dog, though.
Say hi to Bob. Dr. Gary, he loves plants.
I'm a big dog lover, actually, Josh.
Go back to bed.
Are they both the same color, Josh?
Yeah.
Are they related?
Yeah, they're father and son.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Both pains in the butt. All right. Well, thank you so much, Cassie, for that call.
Yeah, that was
You're
a beautiful
welcome.
call. It's
Oh, I
always
had one.
nice to think about that
You
stuff.
got one more?
Simple question. Bob, on the other day on I think the interview room, did you say you were fishing at McKenzie River?
Yes, I was a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Did you catch anything good?
I caught a few, but the water, it had rained quite a bit and the water was fast and a little high and the fishing could have been better, but yeah, I did okay. But I was also there hiking and just chilling out a little bit.
Yeah.
So
That's one of my
it's a great
favorite
place.
places. Yeah, it's one of
Oh
my
yeah,
favorite places in the world. So
yeah,
Oh.
it's an awesome place. Very quiet, peaceful, and good
beautiful.
people around there.
Yes.
And I really enjoy it. Yeah.
What
Yep.
state is that in?
It's in
Oregon.
Oregon.
Oh, I love that state.
Yeah. So
you're
if you
just
look on a map,
me.
it's about halfway between Eugene and Bend, Oregon. Bend sits right in the center of the state, and Eugene's a little to the west. So.
Have you ever fished the Trinity here in Humboldt?
I have not. No.
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever been down this way?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Rode motorcycles.
Fishing for steelhead.
Yeah, rode motorcycles all over there in my younger years. So.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever make it down here, well, I'll go out fishing with you.
Yeah, sounds good. Absolutely.
And
All
also, just the last thing, I just
Yep.
want to say, Dr. Gary, I love The New Evil. Read it. It's obviously a very heavy read, but it's very informative and very eye-opening. And
Thanks,
also, you're welcome. And then for John, I bought Blankets and Bedlam. So I ordered that recently.
Blanket Bedlam.
Yeah, Beach Blanket Bedlam. I ordered. I haven't gotten it yet, but I
Well, there's some
ordered
real.
that, so.
You're gonna love that book. There's some real characters in there. Believe me.
And in fact, Bob is in that book. So you're gonna,
Yeah.
although he's not the character, but I mean, and these stories are true. Bob can attest to this. thank you for getting the book. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm sure I
And
will.
really, it's what Oceanside was like in the early 1980s. And I got to tell you, I mean, to me, I'd have done it for free. I mean, I figured you're giving me money to go out and go in a cop car and catch bad people. Where's the downside to this? And so
Yeah, that
I
sounds
hope
like
you
my
enjoy
husband
it,
with the
and you
fires.
will, like I say, Bring Out Your Dead should be out soon.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Thank you,
Thank
Kat.
you.
Hey,
Y'all
by
have
the
a good
way,
night.
Very nice
You too.
person.
speaking of heavy, did you call my dog fat?
No, I just said he was large. He's a large dog. He looks very big on the screen. I was trying to
Yeah.
figure out how big
He's
he
like
was.
33 pounds.
How old is he?
He's 4.
Wow,
I got him when he was 8 weeks old,
it's beautiful.
and he never leaves me alone, even when I tell him to.
The French bulldogs, right?
Yeah, but he very like when he's not like needy, like to be held all the time. But I mean, he just follows you everywhere you go. He's just right behind you, and he's about the nosiest dog you've ever. I call him Detective Otis, because if there's a bag sitting on the floor, he goes over and he sticks his head all the way in it to see what's. It doesn't matter. It can be anything. He has to check everything out. And oh, Bob, you'll like this. When I got him, I thought he was possessed by the devil.
Bob, you'll like this.
Yeah. I was actually searching for a priest for a seance, maybe, or
It's
because
called an exorcism, you pagan.
okay, sorry, he was the pagan, but he chewed a hole through my grandmother's Bible, a circular hole that my grandmother received at my grandfather's funeral from the pastor officiating it. And I at that point I said, man, I really think that like she might actually kill you, and there's not much that I can do about it anymore. And she forgave him, and then I started threatening him with holy water. I started looking on Amazon for holy water, and we were gonna spray it, but yeah, but he took his toys one time. Dr. Gary, I'm telling you, he made a pentagram on the floor and pissed in the middle of it.
The dog urinated a pentagram?
No,
Or
no, no.
in the middle of it?
He aligned his toys in a.
He made a pentagram out of toys and then urinated in the center of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not related to Richard Ramirez, is he?
right.
No, but that's when I started. That's when I really started looking for an exorcist. Like it was bad, but he's all better now. So I don't know how.
Wow.
All right, let's go. We got a couple more calls here. Barb, go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Sorry you had to listen to that. Where are you calling?
I think that's absolutely wild.
It is. It was insane.
Yeah, I never know where these talks are gonna go.
She said as she began talking about, tinfoil hats. What are you about to say, Barb? Are you going to top them?
Probably not. Probably not.
All right, go on.
The topic of the night a little bit is kind of about Nancy Guthrie, and I kind of wanted to ask a couple of questions quickly about that. I'll try not to take up too much time. Gary, you kind of say that you kind of think it might be like a crime of something. You were using a word.
Elimination murder.
An elimination murder. That's right. And that's kind of like what I was thinking too, only not knowing the terminology or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I kind of I had a couple of questions about it, about the luminol. So that would be for you guys.
Yes, yeah. Uh-huh.
And then I wanted to talk about the assessor who was kind of chastised from the sheriff a little bit. Do you guys know about that?
Yes.
He was chastised for giving some information to the FBI, and Nanos didn't like that. He said she was wasting valuable resource time or something like that. And okay, so I'm from Canada, and it might be a little bit different down there, but an assessor is like with your property taxes and stuff like that.
Yes.
Or that department is rather. And I'm wondering, knowing that a couple of the family members, there was talk that they were behind on their taxes or whatever. And I don't know if that's true or not, but if they were looking up to see if they were paid, and if so, how they were paid, meaning did it get paid out of their own bank account, or perhaps it was paid out of Nancy's bank account? Because my assumption is that she can't be determined deceased yet. She would be a missing person, and they would have to go through a court or find her in order to determine she was deceased, right? So
Correct.
she would still be a missing person, and a caregiver would probably have, especially if she had limited mobility, would probably have a POA for her and have access to her bank accounts. So then she, her accounts could potentially be used to pay the taxes. And the reason I'm kind of getting at this, I'm a little bit nervous, but the reason I'm kind of getting at this is because all of the DNA talk, they can't solve it, and they're probably not going to get a conviction that will stick based on the handling of the crime scene, right? It's open and closed and this and that, and they're going back and then they're going back again. And, that's kind of wide open as to being really iffy as to if anything could stick from that. And then the DNA, well, all the DNA is from known people that they expect to be in the house. So if that isn't a blatant clue, I don't know what is, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So I think they're kind of like, the FBI is kind of relying on like technology, but if like, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's pings of a cell phone, right? Like, it could be other types of technology of tracing bank accounts, who's using whose bank accounts, and they're trying to gather enough evidence in that sort of way to try to make charges stick. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it could be a myriad of different things. Like you said, it could be bank, it could be cell phone, it could be some other technology that we're not aware of. But and let me just say this. So this is, I think most people, including myself, I believe that this is now a homicide investigation, although we can't, and the sheriff certainly can't say that because we don't know it for sure, but most likely this is a homicide investigation. And without a body, it makes it very difficult for the investigators to work the case. It makes it very difficult for them to gather evidence. Because what do you usually have in most homicides? You usually have the body, and that's where you get a lot of your evidence. So, in my opinion, that's one of the reasons this is taking a long time. I've been on record saying that I believe that the FBI and the detectives from Pima County are working suspects. Whether or not this IgG DNA is going to be of any assistance is up in the air. And so we'll see. But I wouldn't, and I don't want to be a downer on this, but I wouldn't pin all my hopes in identifying suspects in this case based on the DNA. I think it's going to take a lot more than that, and it's going to take witnesses. There's probably going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence that comes into play in this case, in my opinion. And so a nobody murder case it makes it much more difficult when you don't have the body, which is my point. So
Bob, also the sheriff gave an interview with People Magazine just the other day. I don't know if you read it or not, but I mean, it sounds as though that all of his eggs are in the DNA basket here. He's like, we have an unspecified, we're trying to get it to work. And then he said, but if it doesn't, then we could possibly have a cold case.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're just my opinion, Josh, and the audience. I think we're a long way from a cold case, and
Yeah,
I really do. I
here's-
really do believe that they're working suspects. And I have another belief that if and when we see arrests in this case and it is filed in court, I think there's a good chance that we're going to see it in federal court. And I mostly say that because if you recall several weeks ago, I guess it's probably been 2 months ago now, we saw those assistant United States attorneys walking through the crime scene. And as far as I know, and if somebody knows otherwise, please correct me, but I don't believe that there were any Pima County or state prosecutors present in that walkthrough. So to me, that was very telling. And
well, here's another thing that was said in that along the lines of what you're talking about right now is that in that interview, he says that he no longer has discussions with the Guthries, that the FBI is conducting all of that. So that to me sounds like there's some sort of nexus that this is going to be a federal case when and if it goes to trial. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Knowing the way the U.S. Attorney's Office handles cases, all types of cases, they like to get their indictments through the grand jury system. So it would not surprise me if somewhere down the road, hopefully sooner rather than later, we don't see a federal grand jury indictment if they have enough for these suspects that I believe that they're working.
Got it. Yeah. All right. Well, Barb, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It does. Could I ask a quick question about the luminol?
Sure.
Okay. So the luminol, I think they did it at both locations, and they would need a warrant to do that at presumably both locations, or just the one that wasn't the crime scene.
Guys, but I think that they would rather get a warrant to do it, but I think that it could be voluntary. But
Okay.
most of the time, would you guys want a warrant, correct?
Definitely.
Warrant.
Yeah.
Want
Yeah.
the warrant.
It just makes
So that
everything
was quite
right.
some time. Yeah. So that was quite some time ago now, and I don't know how long, and I don't really know what that test is for, but it's something they do in the dark. But if that was quite some time ago now, and they probably have some results from it, and I would presume, based on the fact that nothing has happened since then, that there were no results to get from that. I guess my question is regarding AG and TC. Like, if they've been cleared by the Pima County, and okay, we know that the FBI said they haven't cleared anybody, but if they've been cleared after 100 days, like, do you know why why they wouldn't ask them to release some kind of nugget of evidence that could, be thrown out to the public as, does anybody know something about this or whatever that might help solve the case, but also kind of remove them as suspects? Like, doesn't that seem like kind of like, I don't know, like if I was them, I'd want them to do that.
Well, the fact that they're not, and when I say they, I mean the FBI and Pima County, the investigators on the task force, they're not asking us any questions. They're not asking the public for any assistance. They haven't done that in weeks, maybe even close to 2 months now. And so I think we're at this stage in this case where they are building the case. And this is just my opinion. And this is going to take a while. Again, it's a nobody case. I'm not going to comment, on Annie and Tommaso. The sheriff has cleared them, and I don't really know what, if anything, they have evidence-wise from the luminol that apparently that they used in Annie and Tommaso's home. So we're just going to have to wait. And just so everybody knows how I feel about this, I know we all want information, and we all want as much information as possible, as talking heads, as people appearing on YouTube channels, such as Josh and Chris's channel. Everybody in the news wants more information. But if this were my case, you wouldn't know half of what you already know.
Exactly.
Okay.
What's the line?
So
you want answers, people in hell want ice water.
yeah.
Well,
you wouldn't be getting that information.
Well, you saw a lot of that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the David case with the Celeste Rivas in LA. You know, there was she was a 13-year-old girl that was found dismembered in this, you know, her, I guess you call her boyfriend, but she was underage. And people were demanding answers. And the chief of police, when they arrested him, came out and said, you know, we know people wanted answers, but we don't work for them. We work for the victims, because they gave nothing. They were about as tight with the investigation as you would ever see. And until that probable cause affidavit came out, you knew nothing. But everybody was going, well, what's taking so long? She was found in his car. And then they came out with just this list of evidence that just, you know, they stacked to the roof. They said they had something like 40 terabytes of evidence, and which is an insane amount of evidence. Nobody knew anything that was going on. And, you know, a lot of people were saying, well, maybe the sheriff could learn a little something from that investigation. So, you know, I get what
the thing is, Josh, people have been so influenced by television that they think that cases can be solved in an hour, that it's got to fill into the 44 minutes or whatever it is that a hour-long television program is. And people believe that they are entitled to have all the information from a murder, and they aren't, because we are going to solve the murder by keeping that information back. So, you know,
you're right.
Bob and I, we have encountered this where people said, well, you know, we have a right to know. No, you don't.
Nope. Not until this case gets into the court system, if it ever does, do you have a right to know. Okay. You don't have a right to know any of this.
And if it's federal,
I know that's,
see it.
Yeah, I know it's tough to choke down for some people, but that's reality. And as I said, you wouldn't know hardly anything if I were running this case.
Oh, exactly. And I'm with Bob on that. You wouldn't know my first name if I had the, you know.
Are you telling me you wouldn't be giving People Magazine interview? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
And making conflicting statements.
Speaking of that, and Barb, thank you so much for your call. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Thank you.
I have to tell you that I really do suspect that because the person or persons involved are probably local and close to the matter, I think that they may actually have some people or person on the radar.
Probably.
And are sort of playing dumb to sort of give the person enough rope to hang themselves.
Well, let me just read this. Let me read this really quick. So this is from the People Magazine article. And this is a quote from Nanos himself. Every day, our DNA labs are working with our investigators, and they're coming up with different ideas and different thoughts on how to help them make this DNA work for us. He tells People, how can we do more with what we have? So that's why I say, I think we're getting close. He is saying that, you know, there was a blurb came up. Get out of there. There was a blurb that came up on my phone that says that, you know, they anticipate an arrest, you know, in the near future and things like this. And I would think so. I mean, but again, you know, you're listening to a politician try and save his job. This guy is under fire in the worst way. They're coming at him, air, land, and sea. That he's being referred to the Attorney General's office now for lying on his application to become sheriff. So I think some of this is posturing, bravado, pontificating, all those sorts of things. And now you know, instead of doing local, I can't believe he won't shut up. I really can't believe he won't shut up. And now he's doing People magazine. It's unbelievable to
You
me.
know, Josh, he said that both Bob and I have submitted evidence to DNA labs. You don't work with them. That is utter nonsense. Unless things have changed, all they are doing is analyzing the DNA. They're not touching bases with you.
Right.
You know, I mean, really? I mean, Bob, have you ever had a DNA lab call you up and go, hey, we've had some thoughts on this case? You know,
No, I
these are
haven't.
technicians in a DNA lab.
Never one
The
time.
guy, the guy is yammering.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So
that's
just to clarify, when I say that they're working suspects, it's exactly what Gary just indicated. They're working with probably some evidence, perhaps a theory. They're also hopefully trying to draw people out, and which will give them some additional evidence, hopefully. So when I say they're working the case, they're working it in a number of ways, and I honestly believe that that's what's going on. That's why we're not hearing anything, and that's why it's radio silence, and it's making everybody nervous. I'm not in the camp of all of these insiders that are telling these media people that nothing's going on and they have no clues and blah blah blah. I think that's all a bunch of BS, and that they are working suspects. That's my opinion.
All right. Well, let's go ahead, and we just have a couple more, 3 more calls, and then we'll get out of here. Julie, Bob, or excuse me, no, John, are you everything good? Do you need to go?
I'm good. I'm still
Okay.
wired.
No worries. All right. Just checking, making sure we're respectful of your time. And we
If I go to sleep, you'll just see me go.
well, then we'll hit the bell.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see.
You got a cattle prod, Josh, that you can do. We nod off. Got to build this up. What do you think?
Hey, Julie, go ahead. Julie, you're on. Where are you calling from?
Hi, is the connection good?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yes.
I think, Julie, you've called before, right?
Yes, I called you a few weeks ago from Australia and the connection was really bad, and hooray, it's great today. So first of all, I just want to thank you all for being the beautiful men you are, and for being a light that shines on women like me who've survived abuse and trauma, because I've often asked myself, why am I so interested in true crime when it's happened to me, you know? And I think one of the reasons is when I see men like you, it just reminds me in a visceral way that men can be so good and beautiful and generous and loving. And I want to thank you all for that. Not just our professional men here, but you too, Josh, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
so
very humbling.
I actually
Thank
sent
you.
you an email last night, Dr. Gary, and I'm not knowing I was going to join this live stream today. I just caught it as I had my phone in my hand. But I have a question for all of you on the panel. So, yeah, I escaped from a serial rapist in 2001 in Australia and reported it, and they kind of covered it up and didn't do anything about it. And then in 2018, I decided to report again, thinking on Crime Stoppers, because I was prompted by another case here. And I thought, if I just hold on to this information all this time, what if my piece of information is the thing, you know? And when I spoke to a detective, a high-up detective the detective was in Melbourne. I live on the other side of the country now. And he said to me, I told him who I thought it was. And he said to me, oh, no, it's not his MO. And I thought to myself, I'm just a true crime follower. You know, before the internet was widely available, I owned a lot of books, and, you know, I've read your book too, Dr. Gary. That was pretty hard going. You know, offenders change their MO, don't they? I mean, we all know that. If I know that, why don't detectives in Australia know that? And I do know for a fact we are so behind the rest of the world in our treatment of women, the legislation, that supports that. But, you know, maybe some of you gentlemen could give me examples. So this guy was a serial rapist of escorts. He was charged with 17. Apparently there were 26 women. Some of them just wouldn't come forward. And he went to jail for that. But 2 weeks after he was bailed on 5,000 Australian dollars, he abducted me. And I escaped from him. He didn't get to rape me. But he had me there for hours in an isolated spot near a river. And all my life experience, I've had a lot of trauma in my life even prior to that, and a couple of very abusive partners. And I had somewhat of a handle on men like that at that time. Once I'd got myself into that very dangerous situation, I managed to stall, and he was coming at me in cycles between all these things I was doing to stall. And then right at the end, it suddenly occurred to me, as I wish it had occurred to me way earlier, to tell him, which was a lie, that I was HIV positive. And it just occurred to me in the last moment where I knew this is it. Nothing I was doing was stopping him, and I thought, okay, this is what's going to happen. You're going to be raped now, and then this thought came to me, and I said it in a calm enough way that it was believable, and it freaked him out. And cut a long story short, I escaped. And you know, yes, that wasn't his usual MO. He went on. That incident, I reported it to police. Nothing happened. I didn't know he was on parole. I didn't know who he was. It wasn't until 11 years later, when I saw it on the TV, I started thinking, because he was 11 years older, so I didn't get that overwhelming feeling where you're certain. But I said to everyone, he really looks like that guy. And I'd been looking for him for years. Every time I saw something in the paper or whatever, I'd read about him. No, that's not him. And then a detective, a high-up detective, it was a detective sergeant in Melbourne in the sexual crimes thing in only 2018, said to me, oh, no, it's not him. It's not his MO. And I just wondered if any of you could talk about that and what I could do about that. You know, it's something I want to change, that the way, I know I can't do it on my own. The way the Australian justice system, we are terrible. I mean, it might be lots of bad things about America, especially at the moment, but, you know, you support women and children victims with your justice system 1,000 times better than we do here in Australia. I'll leave it at that.
Well, one thing that's important is to make a distinction between an MO and a signature element in a crime. It is true that the modus operandi that an offender uses can evolve. For example, Rex Heuermann evolved to dismember, but didn't always, it appears, right? You know, people change their MO, but the signature doesn't really change. And the signature is the thing that is psychologically required by the offender. Like in Rex Heuermann's case, I think the use of torture or using belts to bind victims. So that in other words, if there was an element of this person's offenses that was necessary psychologically, that would be pretty consistent across crimes. And so when the person said to you, oh, you know, that's not his MO, and I think what they might have meant was more like that's not consistent with the signature elements that we would expect to see in a typical case of that offender. But MO, you know, that changes. And you guys know that if an offender is on the loose long enough, they'll evolve, they get better to evade capture, they do different things, you know.
They do get better and can even be affected by their interaction with the victim.
Yes, that's what happened to me.
Was that she approached this detective sergeant, laid out, and we all heard her. She doesn't impress you as being delusional. I mean, what we're hearing, or what I heard there, was a very logical progression of the events. To just instantaneously dismiss it without looking into it If that detective worked for me, we'd be having some wall-to-wall counseling. That you don't do that, particularly with a sexual assault victim. So I'm not going to attempt to speculate what his reasoning was, but as Dr. Geary said, yes, MOs can evolve, and even your interaction with him could have created an anomalous event within the series.
Julie, have you talked to anyone above him, the sergeant? Have you tried doing that? Have you tried going to the media to
No,
try and get some noise generated around your case?
yeah, he's already in jail for murdering his first murder victim. I guess it could have been elimination, but there are other escorts that said he had a strangulation fixation a long time ago, and he was trying to do that to me. What the
that's a signature. That's a signature. See, the need for strangulation, and it was consistent with your offense, with what happened in your case. See, that's important. I think these guys would agree. That's a sign.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. His MO, whatever they decided it was, he would take the escorts into an isolated place and park the car where they couldn't open their door. And he acted in the stereotypical power assertive rapist, where he would demean them while he was doing it and say horrible things to them to make them feel even worse about themselves. Now, that's not what happened with me, but I am an anomaly, Bob, but to him anyway, in that situation. It's a long story and I won't take up everyone's time with it. But I'm really grateful that you said that. I just needed some validation from someone who knew more than me. And it perplexes me that a high up Australian detective. So he's in prison now for the woman he murdered in 2012, who was a beautiful looking person who worked for like the American equivalent of PBS, our state sponsored TV. And it was very high profile, and he's in jail for that now. He didn't get life without parole because we don't do that to predators.
And you don't have the death penalty. Yeah,
that was something that I was going to mention, was that when I learned about the Australian laws and what life in Australia is, I was stunned by it. I mean, it's typically 15 years for murder, and then you get out. It's I mean, I don't know if that's all the way across the board, but I know that life is not life. When you get life without parole in the United States, that's exactly what it means. Like it's a life sentence, you're done. Even like a 25 to life sentence, you do minimum 25, and then they can keep you in for the rest of your life, depending on your behavior in jail or your assessments and things like that. But I was always very surprised that, and this isn't just Australia. These is a lot of other countries, some European countries as well, that life sentences are not life. It's very peculiar to me.
It's I'm not sure how long it's evolved for, but we don't really value women and children here as much. It's like, the children. We do the same to child predators here as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry that you felt overlooked like that. And where were you in the series? If you were a victim, an intended victim, were you early in his pattern, in the middle, the end, chronologically?
Somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. He had offences against young women he knew in his 20s, and then I'm not entirely sure. The email I sent you last night has some links to good news articles at the time that give his timeline of his offending. But I would have been, well, maybe I was more near the end. I'm not really sure. But after he did that to me, he went to jail. He got 11 years, and I think he served 7. And then it's known and recorded in court cases. Some of them were the links I sent you last night, he raped 3 other women before he went on and killed Jill Maher. And mine just fell through the cracks. And they pretended they didn't know who it was. They did know who it was. They just had their biggest case in a decade.
Right.
And he was put up on bail 2 weeks before that. It's only like a dozen people in an office. I described him to a T. They knew.
Right.
They had to.
Well, the reason where he was in the series is because I was trying to figure out if your case reflects part of the evolution process of the MO. Because the whole idea is, especially if the police are looking for somebody who uses a certain MO, people start to change it. You know what I mean? There are many, many stories in serial offenders that had a very specific thing they would do. For example, Edmund Kemper, when he would go around in the campuses, you remember him, the giant serial killer, Edmund Kemper, still around. He would make it impossible for hitchhikers to get out of the car by destroying the handle and things like that. They use all these tricks, and then what starts to happen is people who survive, get out, and and they say, this is the trick he used, and then it circulates, and then you have to come up with a different technique. And and this is somebody who escalated to murder but started out really as a rapist, right?
Yeah, and I have a theory. Obviously, I can never prove it. I think after I escaped from him with the HIV lie, the other women that he raped were backpackers. And then after he got away with them, because they all came out after they saw him in the paper as well.
Right.
After them, he picked a really high-class, wealthy woman walking home 2 blocks from Friday after work drinks, who looked like a cleaner girl, know, and that would have scared him because he believed me. I could tell how frightened he was of me, and when I got away ultimately, but I think that scared him. He thought, I could have caught HIV. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go for cleaner people like backpackers, and and plus all the sex workers in Melbourne probably were aware of him. But yeah, I think his MO evolved
definitely
because of his experiences. It's just logic.
Yeah.
Julie, do you know how old he is?
Trying to remember. I think he was just late 2030 when I met him. I had my interaction. 2012, no, in 2018 he was 40. So he's in his 40s now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, mid to late 40s. Yeah.
Yeah, but
well,
when he was about 28, 30.
What's his name?
Adrian Bailey.
Oh.
So.
Well, if you're if you're interested in sticking with this, I would highly recommend you to go back and ask for somebody different from this sergeant, and preferably somebody higher up than him, and tell them your story all over again. That's what I would do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
They said they opened a. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Julie, you're having to go through this, because no one should have to deal with that. But it's.
I'm okay now. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I've always wanted to tell other victims about the HIV. It's like having a machine gun in your pocket. If you say it convincingly, even if you were going to get bashed by someone and you're a man, if you say it calmly with conviction and you mean it, you just jump into a little fantasy for a moment, people can't afford to not believe you.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's
very good.
It's ingenious.
It wasn't really genius. It was just, I don't know, the great spirit in the sky brought it to my mind at the last pillar to the post.
It's genius.
And I always wanted to share that with other people who feel vulnerable. It's a really good thing. And if you practice it at home in the mirror, if you ever have to say it, not that I did before that, but someone can't afford to doubt you, and they'll leave you. I hope.
Dr. Gary, you can try that out on the guys at Home Depot. All right. Thank you so much, Julie. Appreciate your call.
Thank you, Julie.
Good luck, Julie.
You take care.
I'll I'll give it a try at the local watering hole too. But honestly, I've heard of things like that where there are certain tactics that are taught. When you're becoming a victim of something, like a sexual assault or something, and it really is a brilliant thing to say, and something that can ultimately save you from being harmed. I mean, it very very clever and smart. So, all right, a couple more and then we're done here. Jennifer, go ahead, Jennifer. Very clever and smart. So, all right, a couple more. Jennifer, can you just mute your YouTube browser and you'll be fine. Yeah, I sure can now. Where are you calling from?
It's weird. I could hear you guys earlier inside, but
can you not hear us?
It's weird. I could hear you guys earlier inside, but I can't hear you. Can you hear? Do you hear the back?
Can you not hear us? Yeah, I think there's a delay, but I can hear the background. So if you just mute your browser, you should be okay.
Well, I turned the background down, but unfortunately I can't hear you all respond to me. So
Well, you cannot hear us
is there
now?
anything you can do with the mics? I don't understand.
You can't hear me at all?
Anything you can do with the mics? I don't understand. Oops.
You just type her question.
I can't hear you at all unless I turn up my iPad.
Okay. If you wanted in the private chat, if you wanted, I don't know how long your question is, but if you want to type your question, we can try and
Well, here, I'll talk and then I'll turn up my iPad so I can hear you guys a little bit maybe, and then turn down my iPhone. But I called and talked to Dr. Gary and Josh. And first of all, I want to say thank you guys so much for having me. And I think I even spoke to Bob and John a while back. So just for the chat, so they understand, for me, I guess I just feel like I need to explain myself. When Nancy Guthrie first went missing, I had just had surgery. So I was laid up for 6 weeks in bed recovering. And I was, taken aback like all of us. And I became just, I guess I hate using the word obsessed, but I was watching once Kash Patel released the video, I was watching it over and over again. I couldn't believe that they got a video and some photos that we could actually look at who this potential perpetrator was. And I kept studying it. And if you all remember, I know you talked to so many callers, so who knows what you remember of what I said, but I actually called a different podcast at the time because I hadn't found the interview room and you all yet. And that podcaster was like, "What do you mean you think it's staged?" Because we're talking like within the first week. And I said, I don't know. None of it makes any sense to me, which makes me think it's not real. Like something else, like look at this and don't look at what we're actually doing. So anyway, I have been trying to get a hold of my brother-in-law he was on the Kansas City homicide for 30 years. And he's been super busy and his daughter actually graduated from college today. So I finally got a chance and he like pulled me aside and he goes, "Okay, tell me everything you want to ask." And I said, "I have been dying to ask you some of these questions." And I said, "Look, here's who I've been talking to." So I was mentioning all of you. And what's funny is he actually knew Chris Madonna and he had heard of you, Dr. Brucato, and he knew Dr. Ann Burgess. But anyway, he said, "I know very little about the case. I did see the video. Um, tell me some things." So I'm showing him pictures. I literally got about an hour with him to kind of dump everything that has been released to the public. And I said, and I'm very well aware that a lot of this is we have to put, in my opinion, in front of all of it. And, this is speculation. And he said, okay, what are you confused about? And I said, I want to know, there's so many theories floating around. And he goes, well, what do you think happened? And I said, well, I'm almost nervous to say because I'm not a professional. I said to you, but I said, look, what I've been saying in public is that I really do feel like this was either a hit and a kidnap cover up, um, or that it's a kidnap for ransom. And I said, but the second one doesn't make as much sense as the first one, which sounds really gross. And he was like, okay, so what are you confused about? And he wasn't being a smart aleck. I think he was trying to be more of a teacher and get me to think. And he said, when you look at everything, what stands out? And I said, I really don't know. That's why I'm asking you, because I wanted to get your opinion, because I feel like sometimes these law enforcement professionals on these podcasts have to really be careful what they say, either to not tip off, a potential suspect that may be a voyeur and watching, or for protection for themselves legally. And he said, well, here's the deal. He said, first of all of this stuff that's coming out about behind the scenes law enforcement, which, Bob, I think you'll find this interesting. So since you just said this, he said, they're saying to the public that they have nothing. I said, oh, there's literally other law enforcement people saying my inside source has said that they have zero. They're back at square one. They don't have a suspect. And he goes, well, I can tell you right now, just from my experience, from the gazillion homicides that I have done, or whatever his words were for all the homicides that he's done in Kansas City. He said, to me, I personally feel, in my opinion, that this was a targeted inside job. And I said, okay. And I said, what do you think about the fact that law enforcement is saying they don't have anything? He goes, do you know how many times that we told criminals, had press conferences where we said they've passed the polygraph, they didn't. But it's not admissible anyway, so it doesn't matter. And he goes, but we would tell them that we didn't have information, and we absolutely did. And we knew who it was. And we were waiting for more information to come out. So I asked him about, excuse me, I asked him about the car being held for, 30 something days, and was that standard? What about the 911, since it wasn't, say, I feel like a lot of times it was brought up when I mentioned the 911 call not being released. Is that normal? That people in the chat were like, well, the one in Coburger wasn't released. And I'm like, well, that was a witness to a murder. I feel like that's a little bit different than my mom is missing. So he said that in his experience, that when it's sealed, from warrants to vehicles impounded, all of that stuff, that usually means they're building a case. And he said, in my opinion, he said, I really feel like the FBI has a lot more. And he said, and in my experience, I would bring the most beautiful folder of evidence in a homicide and be like, we've got the guy. And the DA would look at it and say, I'm going to need more. And he said, and we would sometimes have 3 different types of evidence, but it wasn't enough. And he said, and no DA wants to lose their case. So he said, even though it may be what the public thinks is enough, it's not the same as what's enough for prosecution. So now I'll turn my phone down and turn up my iPad so I can hear what you all have to say. Same as what's enough for prosecution.
Okay. So I think, basically what she's saying is that, because of and I think that the FBI has been hush hush about everything, but I don't think that Sheriff Nanos has, but I also think that half of what he says is, stupid anyway. But I mean, is that sort of the feeling that you guys are getting, is that maybe they are building a case, and that's where this has been headed? And because the only person that really is talking is Nanos, and he says, that they've held back a lot of things from the public. What do you think, Bob?
Well, like I said just a few minutes ago, they're definitely building a case, in my opinion. They're working suspects, and her brother-in-law is correct. Of course, there's no shortage of murders in Kansas City, so I'm sure he's a very experienced detective. And I think, based on what she said, his opinion of this case thus far is spot on. I agree with pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So.
John?
I can't add anything more to that. It sounds to me like he's on the same page as the rest of us who've worked homicides, that, we lie to the public. And, that's just part of what we do.
Yeah. Right. All right. Well, all right. Let's go. Jane, go ahead, Jane. Where are you calling from?
Part of what we do.
Right. All right. All right. She hasn't heard it yet. Hold on. Jane, go ahead, Jane. Where are you calling from?
Okay.
Yep, over here. Can you hear me?
Oh, you know what? I have to turn up. I can't hear you.
Oh no. We were on a hot streak, Gary.
Okay. You know what? I'll do the same thing. I'll ask my question and then and then turn off the TV. My question was on the Guthrie case. I didn't read a lot, but there's some new information that apparently the family was telling people, and I'm assuming it was because around the 911 call, that they asked their friends, possibly the ladies that Nancy would have joined to attend the virtual church service, but they apparently asked their friends like not to speak to the media, which, I mean, that's one little thing. It just, these things to me, kind of, I hate to think, oh, these people did it. But it's just so odd, if you have a kidnapped person, you're going to be out there, you're going to be searching, you're going to say whatever, you're going to get whoever, at least in my opinion. I don't know what you think about that. And then I guess the sheriff is not, in addition to, scolding the assessor, he's also not talking to the FBI.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the sheriff is what he is. His performance in this case is what it is too. I've said a lot about it, as has John and Gary, and well, maybe not so much Gary, but a bunch of us have commented on the sheriff's performance.
That's why I have no right to comment on it.
No, I gotcha. And so I'm not going to say much more than that about Nanos. He was referred to as Ted Baxter, though, which I thought was brilliant. That is exactly.
I didn't like when he was referred to as Barney Fife, because Barney was like very likable.
Yeah.
And he was a hard worker.
Yeah. Ted Baxter was not very likable. So, yeah, with respect to the family telling people, I mean, I don't know, there could be, obviously the Guthrie family knows a lot more than we do, and I'm sure that they have their reasons for not saying really anything or wanting media to really talk about the case at this point. I don't know. Maybe that's part of how they're dealing with this. And so anything else that I would say is just purely speculation and may not be accurate. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. All right.
Well, one thing I wanted to ask you guys about that was raised by somebody earlier that I've been thinking about as I'm sitting here is the question came up about luminol, right? That would have been used at Annie and Tommaso's house. And my understanding is that people saw that it looked like maybe a search warrant was executed at the house, and they came out with some bags, and the photos were taken. They could tell through the windows. They saw flashes, and the lighting was consistent with the kind of lighting you would use if you were using luminol that they saw. So there was this sense that they might have used luminol. So my question is to you guys, if luminol was being used at that house, doesn't that imply that they were at least entertaining the idea that she was not killed at the house, that she was something might have happened to her there, where there would have been blood. I mean,
Yes.
notion of a staging of this location, and she might have had something happen to her elsewhere if luminol was used at that house, is not that far-fetched.
No,
But
that's
how
a
do we know that
reasonable
they were?
conclusion, Gary.
What'd you
That's
say?
a reasonable conclusion that you wouldn't just randomly go with luminol and an alternate light source to
Right.
residents unless you had some half reason that you would want to be checking on it. So yeah, that's not an unwarranted conclusion at all.
Right. If it was really luminol, I think that whole idea is that we don't know for sure that that's
Yeah.
what was going on. But if it was, there is an implication there that at least at one point, law enforcement was checking if perhaps that was a staged scene at the house and that something happened to her somewhere else. I mean, it may be that this was all before they were cleared by the sheriff. So, but I think it's because it was early February, I think. That
But if it's the big word is if in fact luminol was employed, and we don't know that.
Well,
yeah, nobody's confirmed that. I think that and it's probably a reasonable conclusion. I'm not criticizing them for coming to that conclusion because it sounds reasonable to me, but we don't know for sure that was luminol. We don't know we do know that Nancy was in that home the previous night, and so perhaps they were just taking evidence, just typical evidence photos to document where she had been the night before and so forth. So,
I'm sorry, Josh. I think we just have to emphasize to be crystal clear. We're just asking the question. We're not making an accusation.
Yes, not.
However, it's just that if there was luminol used, which is speculative, if it was used, it is interesting. But then I guess, Josh, what I was about to ask is if it's okay, is they would have had a search warrant to go in there. What grounds would they have had to search the house? Is it as simple as the last place she was seen?
Yeah, in order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause, and you present that search warrant to a judge, and a judge signs off on that.
But what if they just agree to it, and then you still get the search warrant signed off and say, hey, judge, they're going to let us in. Can we just have a formal search warrant? Does that work that way?
Well, it could work that way, but it shouldn't work that way. It's very dangerous to go and try and collect evidence based on consent. And I believe that that's what you're implying, Josh.
Wouldn't enough consent be this was the last place that she was seen before she got home? Is that enough probable cause, do you think?
It may or may not.
Or
I can tell you,
there was blood on her front porch. We think she could possibly have been bleeding in this other location. We need to check.
possible, but I would think that you would need maybe a little bit more than that because this is a missing person abduction at this point, and it hasn't been deemed a homicide. So I can tell you this: if I don't know if that was Pima County in there taking those photos, or if it was the FBI. If it was the FBI, I don't think that they're going to do it on a consent. They're going to go in with a federal search warrant and execute that. Therefore, they'd need probable cause. And so I don't know what Pima County would do.
Okay,
but
so
my understanding is they did consent. I mean, the articles about it say that they provide no warrant was needed because they consented.
Yeah, and I've heard that too. And that's boy, that's a slippery slope. And
Yeah,
John will agree
yeah.
with me on that. Yeah.
Because it's so easy for you to say, "Oh, I got consent," and then inculpatory evidence is found, and then suddenly your suspect is saying, and I mean completely hypothetical right now, this is no connection with this case. For the suspect to then say, "Well, I really didn't want to give consent, but the cops pressured me into it. Here, uniformed cops and these detectives, and well, they didn't do anything technically menacing, but I felt that I would have had bad things happen to me if I had refused consent. And that might be enough for a judge to say, yeah, you violated his rights. You should have come to us and gotten a search warrant.
Right. Somebody says here, I watched that live. The lights were off in the home, and we saw camera flashes in the garage and other parts of the home through the window. I vaguely remember that as well. But
and I think they did that at night because Nancy left there at 9:30 or thereabouts, 9:45. Left Annie and Tommaso's home.
Right.
And so they're taking the photos at approximately the same time that Nancy was there, that they know Nancy was there.
That makes sense. No, that makes a lot of sense. But let me read this really quick, and then we have one last call, and then we'll get out of here. But it's just the Arizona sheriff leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance recounted to people the moment early in the case when he realized the 84-year-old's disappearance was likely criminal in nature. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos spoke to people as the search for Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy Guthrie, crossed its 100th day following her disappearance from her residence in Tucson, Arizona. Nanos recalled being alerted about a missing person case around 2 p.m. over a text on February 1st. A few minutes after the chief notified him about the 84-year-old woman missing from her home, Nanos said he got another text that the scene of the disappearance, quote, doesn't look right. Something is wrong. We're calling homicide. So I don't know if that's the moment. Okay. And then he says, the reason, this is Nanos, quote, the reason that homicide was called is because they're an investigative unit in charge of missing person. Search and rescue is their operational team, is the operational team that helps assist with these issues, Nanos said. And so, I don't know if that's the moment that they realize the blood, or whatever, but I find it so weird that, they all sort of knew, or not sort of, but, that, Annie and Tommaso and Savannah and the brother, I forget his name really, but Cameron. So we said Cameron. Okay, yeah, Cameron. They all knew that she could on a good day she could barely get to the mailbox, and wouldn't it be like almost instant where you go, she didn't run off, she didn't leave. I mean, who knows what you would think, but my grandmother has mobility issues and she needs somebody to walk down the sidewalk with her, she uses a walker. I don't think she's wandering off, man. And if she does, she ain't getting very far, I always found that weird. I don't know why.
Well, Savannah said in her interview with Hoda, I believe, that they really had to, and these are my words, I'm paraphrasing somewhat, but she said something to the effect of, we really had to convince the sheriff that she was not a walk away, and that something else happened to her. So, and I did this on Chris's show. I'm going to defend them to a certain point with respect to maybe the first hour or so that the deputies arrived there. And because in Pima County, they do have a lot of walkaways. They do engage in a lot of search and rescue operations there. And based on what they had at the scene initially, it wasn't quite clear. But then now we know that Annie and Tommaso both told the deputies, the responding deputies, that there's no way that she walked away, that something happened, et cetera, et cetera. So should they have realized that this is more than a walk away sooner? maybe, and you can definitely make that argument. But initially, they're going to search the entire home inside and out. They're going to do a yard to yard in the neighborhood there, and yes, they saw the blood. My understanding is it was a uniformed deputy that first saw the blood. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's accurate, but that's my understanding. So could she have fallen and hit herself? Okay, maybe. So I'm just thinking back through this. I put myself in that initial deputy's shoes, and I thought, okay, well, maybe this would have taken me 30, 45 minutes to say, this is more than a walk away. And so you run that flag up the pole, so to speak. And now I also have to believe that there was a supervisor present, most likely a sergeant, who would have been apprised, or maybe it was that point, that 30 minutes into this, that initial deputy said, this is more, I'm calling a sergeant. Sergeant comes out, sees this, and that's when they decide they need additional resources, including detectives, because this is not a walk away.
Even if the family was saying this is not a, she didn't walk away because she could barely walk. Now you still have to process the scene, but at the same time, wouldn't you and John, jump in as well? Wouldn't you take their word for it? Because I'm telling you, I'm saying that if somebody did that, if it were my grandmother or somebody else's mother like this, and I know how mobile my grandmother is, she's just not that mobile. And they'd say, well, she walked away, and I would say, no, she did not walk away. That there's no way. Wouldn't you take that person at their word?
Well, I'm sorry, John. Let me just say this one thing. I at that point, and I'm talking about let's say the first hour. Okay, the uniformed deputy arrived. Okay, I trust what you say, but I'm gonna verify based on what I see around the property or what I don't see around the property. Okay, so and sorry, John, go ahead.
That's okay. One thing that we don't know, well, there's actually something we do know, is that there has been a brain drain, as it were, from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We've heard that you have basically still new deputies training even newer deputies. And I actually understand what that's like. One of the agencies I worked for had a huge turnover. So we have no idea what level of expertise the original deputy was, how much knowledge he had, how much expertise, how much even awareness of department policies. So we may have had a very new deputy handling a situation and simply didn't recognize the signs and fell back on the protocol that Bob was referring to, which is, yes, I'm hearing you, but I need to, I need to go through these procedures. So there's so much about this we don't know. And so I'm not going to really hammer the initial deputies because, hey, if I was a brand new deputy out at a call like this, I might not have handled it any differently. I mean, what you're hearing from us are guys with decades of experience.
So there's some people in the chat talking about the blood and who discovered it first. Let me be clear. It was the deputy sheriffs that discovered the blood. Brian Enton and other journalists were the first journalists to see the blood. Okay. Because the Pima, we know that because they have told us that, number one, but number two, they also swabbed the blood.
Right.
Okay, so it couldn't have been Brian Enton, and I've seen this a lot. Everybody thinks Brian Enton discovered the blood. He did not. He was the first journalist to see the blood, not the person to discover it. It had already been sampled And they had already released the scene by the time Brian Enton and his camera guy were up on the porch videotaping.
You can see there was some where the where they collected the
Right.
center,
In the center of those drops.
Exactly.
Right.
It had been swabbed already, but
Right.
Enton was the first journalist to notice it. And then by the
Exactly.
time he had seen it already, you could see that it had already been swabbed. Okay, we got one last call, and then we'll go. James, go ahead, James, you're on.
John, Gary, Bob, Josh, YouTube's boy band of crime. Good evening.
Well, what about Chris?
He's not here.
I can't even hear him.
Yeah, I'll turn it up a little bit.
Chris isn't on the screen, but yeah, if it was his show, I'd throw him in there. Bob, can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you. Yes.
Good.
What would our band name be? The Cantankerous SWAT. What we need to see the second word band name. Yeah.
Gary, I have a feeling that you're going to delve somewhere into Sherlock Holmes and come up with some sort of Machiavellian name for the group.
Okay. That's actually that's right. Maybe I'll think about that a minute.
Otis,
the regulars maybe would be good.
Otis, since you're in the background and Josh told us all about that pentagram story,
yeah.
The thing I can say to you is the power of Christ compels you.
It sure does.
Mirren.
Fellas, I am a retired law enforcement employee of 30 years here in the Las Vegas Valley. So I'm 55 now, and one of the things I have always cherished in my law enforcement career and afterwards is hearing law enforcement officers older than I and who've had extensive experience speak on topics of crime. So John, you and Bob, I do hold your opinions to great esteem, and it reminds me of the old days when I would gather with my cops and listen to their stories back at the squad house behind the scenes that were not appropriate for the public, but were honest and true and therapeutic to share with you. In my 30 years working with law enforcement, and that was from 89 to 2020, I have my opinion of what specific technology happened upon the scene that helped law enforcement the greatest over those 30 years. Gentlemen, since you predate me to a extent, I would be very interested to hear from each of you what technology you would point out from your time as being the most helpful to the law enforcement professional in general, or specifically your experiences, and then I'll tell you what I think.
Go ahead, John.
Well, of course, the automated fingerprinting system, DNA. But as a working detective, the thing I found most useful was, and this began to come in the mid 80s in our city, was there was a countywide system called ARGIS, which was Automated Regional Justice Information System in San Diego County. And every law enforcement agency, if you wrote a ticket, it went in. If you wrote a field interview card, it went in. Crime reports, crashes, vehicle impounds. And the development of people who could massage that information, crime analysts. Now, my wife did that before she went into fingerprints. And it was of tremendous value because if you had somebody that could use the data systems, for instance, let's just say you were working a murder and somebody saw a suspect vehicle leaving with a partial license plate. and I had neither the time nor the expertise to dig into the system, find the different databases. But my wife could go in and she could come in 20 minutes later and say, "Here's your suspect vehicle, and here's how I got it." Partial plate, came back on, it's a white Volvo. I ran all the white Volvos in San Diego County, and I found this one. And the registered owner of that Volvo is listed as an emergency contact for this guy who matches your suspect description. And it was being able to use that data that helped us to quickly contact people. And so that's my take, is that the expanded data information systems I found most useful.
Yeah, and I agree with John. Argus was, and most counties have a similar system. So the sharing of information is vital in law enforcement, and it came a long way in the 70s and 80s. And without that sharing of information, it makes the job just so much more difficult. But for me, I think DNA, of course, and everybody loves DNA, and I do too. DNA was a real game changer in law enforcement, particularly with serious crimes. And I'll just briefly tell you about two crimes that I used DNA on, or DNA was used on my cases, I should say. One of them was a burglary series in Denver. We had these were residential burglaries occurring during the daytime, and we were just getting hammered with them in a particular area of the city. And I happened to be at the scene of one of them, taking the report. And in Denver, we don't collect our own evidence as patrol officers. We have detectives come out, and they are part of an evidence collection team. And usually there's 3 or 4 cars citywide. And so when I need a detective to collect some evidence, I call, and a lot of times I'll have to put them on a list. So on this particular burglary, I recognized the MO, the point of entry, which was basically the MO in this case, was very similar to all these others. It was in the right area, etc. So I was finished with my investigation at the scene, except there was a cigarette butt close to the point of entry down a walkway. And I didn't want to leave it there because I didn't know if the wind would blow it away. I didn't know if somebody would come along and disturb it. And but I also didn't want to wait 3 hours for the crime scene unit to get there. So I made the decision to go ahead and collect it myself, and which was highly unusual in Denver. But I did it anyway. I booked it into evidence. And when I submitted my report, I put a particular note in my crime report that this cigarette butt was sitting at evidence at headquarters. So the detective got it. Denver has its own DNA crime lab. He submitted it to the crime lab for DNA analysis. And a couple months later, I was notified that made the case. And so it's not just murders that DNA is good for. It's burglaries, SAs, you name it, serious crimes. I'll tell you real quick about another case. This was a 1987 murder that I worked. Put a lot of time and effort into the case, but unfortunately it went cold. And I ended up leaving the department several years later, going to another police department, and over a 25-year period, I called back down to my old department and asked them to submit the evidence in the case for DNA analysis. And I knew we had DNA in the case. I won't go into detail, but I knew we had DNA. So sure enough, the current detectives pulled the evidence, submitted it to DNA for DNA analysis. They abstracted the DNA, and it was submitted into CODIS, and there were no hits on it. Needless to say, I was disappointed in that. But in 2021, I received a call from my old department telling me that they had a suspect in custody on that 1987 murder, and it was based on a DNA match. So what happened was there was a suspect arrested for drugs and a gun charge. And in California, if you have that type of charge and you're booked on that type of charge, they automatically take a DNA swab from you and they submit it to, in this case, the San Diego Crime Lab. It was submitted eventually into CODIS, and that's how we got the match. And so 2 years ago, I went back down to San Diego County and testified for nearly 3 days on this murder. And we convicted the guy on a 1987 case. So 36 years later, we got justice for this victim and her family. And we would never have solved this case if it weren't for DNA. So just another win for the DNA analysis and all the DNA work that these excellent technical people do throughout the country. So I'm very, very thankful for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Josh, I'm going to have to call it a night right now.
I got you.
It's late. It was a great question that was offered, but I've got a dog that needs to go out, and so I want to thank everybody for having great questions. And
really quick, tell us really quick about where they can get your books, and then
the books are on Amazon. Service with a Sneer is the first one. Beach Blanket Bedlam is the other one. Is the most recent one. I'll have another one coming out soon called Bring Out Your Dead. And if you're really interested, you can find some of my old murder mysteries set in the world of collectible teddy bears. And we won't go any further into that, but they were popular. And so and just look up John J. Lamb. And
we'll put the links in the comments. It'll be pinned at the top. John, thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you on. And, thank you.
It's a delight to be on with you, Josh. And, it's just a little after 2 a.m. here, and got to get my pup out and head in.
No problem.
So, good night, everybody.
Take care, John.
Take care. All right, James, go ahead.
Bob, take care.
Finish your thought there, James.
Bob.
Go ahead. Yeah. And then I've got to jump off too, John.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Bob, it's very kind of you to offer praise to the DNA folks. But again, from my perspective of 30 years of working with cops here in Las Vegas, none of that matters if you don't have that initial cop on the scene who is considerate, smart, and dedicated enough to go the extra mile to take that cigarette butt on their own initiative and book it into evidence. So as much as you praise the DNA folks, in truth, the praise starts with you, sir. That victim got justice because of what you did. My answer to that question would be rooted in the filming of the beating of Rodney King. What that began was what turned out to be the body camera technology that eventually would come to cars and then to the officers themselves. Initially, it was thought amongst the cops that I worked with, the older cops, that this was, again, another piece of technology that they were not used to, had never worked with before, and they didn't see the point of it, and they were reticent. to use it. And of course, there were many members of the public who thought, okay, we're going to have this implemented because it's going to catch all the bad cops. What ended up happening is both those groups of people ended up being a little bit surprised because the technology, of course, as it improved, was not that difficult to use. As new cops came along, younger cops who were more used to new technology, they didn't have a problem with wearing cameras. And then the public discovered that, to the surprise of some, it wasn't necessarily bad cops getting caught that were making the news with the use of these body cameras. It was people making false allegations against police officers who were caught lying because it was now all on film.
Exactly.
And to me, in my career with law enforcement, that was the most fascinating and helpful piece of technological development, because there was now proof of what actually happened with interactions with the public. And the proof turned out to be many more times than not that the officers were acting well within the parameters that the public would expect them to act, instead of misbehaving in some type of way. So that's my answer to the question.
Wow, yeah, and that's a good answer too. I never had to wear a body worn camera. However, I did do some research just before I retired and wrote up a proposal.
I can't hear you guys if you're responding.
Okay.
Oh yeah, can you hear me? I don't know why you can't hear. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hold on. Where'd Gary go? Can you hear us? Yeah, I don't know. Weird. That's really weird. Okay. Anyway, go ahead and finish your thoughts.
Yeah, I just was going to say that I never had to wear a body worn camera, but I am familiar with them. I did, however, in the early 90s have a video camera in my patrol car, and I didn't like it at first. But I grew to like it because it allowed me to gather evidence that I wouldn't otherwise have, mostly on traffic related matters, but it also vindicated me and just what the caller was talking about, people making false complaints, because not only do you have the camera, but you have a microphone on, and you can turn the mic, as long as you're in fairly close proximity to your car, you can turn the mic on and have it recorded audio, or the audio recording. Yeah. Even if you're not video. But so awesome. Cameras, I think all in all are good for law enforcement.
I think so too. Well, it's been a great show. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Dr. Gary, I know you got to go, and I know it's probably bedtime for the rest of us as well. Otis and Macho are digging at the door. They're ready to go out too. And but I
Gary has to go water his plants, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I think he's got work to do. He's a busy man.
Cold, to be honest.
Oh no, I just got over one, dude. They're the worst. I hate them. You know what you got to do though? Seriously, you're a doctor. Drink water
and rest.
That's all you can do.
Don't do.
I know you don't rest enough, but I appreciate you being here, Dr. Gary. And check out Dr. Gary's piano page. We'll run that in the chat. I listened to both of your new ones today, and there's an option there. If you enjoy that, you can give him a virtual tip, and he'll buy coffee to stay awake for the next.
That's what I use it for
the next 3 or 4 days. But subscribe to his piano page. He's a very talented pianist, and I say that with all sincerity and no joking at all.
Okay, and buy The New Evil if you don't have it yet. That's the book that I've written a couple books, but That's the one that people seem to really come to like the most. And I am working on a couple of others, including one with Chris McDonough, who's the other editor, a compendium about the Cold Case Foundation, the kind of follow-up book to The New Evil.
And also, shout out to Chris. Sub up to the interview room if you're not. He's going to have a fascinating show Sunday. He has one at least every Sunday, and I think he's been doing midweek ones as well. I invited him on the show tonight. However, he's out of town. He's got things going on, but I would have loved to have him here. But I appreciate him introducing me to all of his wonderful friends that he has on his show, and them coming on to my show. And it's just, happy to be a part of the team, and love talking with you guys. Bob, thank you for hopping up here as well, and love to have you back.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for allowing me to crash your party. So
I was excited. I saw you in chat. I was excited. I said, because I'd been wanting to invite you on, and I don't know, sometimes I'm just like shy about it, and I was like, well, he's in the chat, let's have him come up. So I appreciate that for you watching the show and coming up, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, get my contact info from Chris or Gary or any of these guys. Yeah,
I sure will. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye. Night, Dr. Gary. Thanks, man. I hope you're feeling better soon.
Yeah, I just started to sort of come down with something as to.
Did you feel
I don't know. It's like that rundown kind of feeling. But I overworked myself,
Yeah, you burn the candle at both ends.
What'd you say?
You burn the candle at both ends.
Well, I always say I'll rest in heaven, but because I feel that the work is very important. It really helps people, so I don't like to not do it. And I haven't taken a vacation in oh Lord, probably 10 years.
Really?
I can't remember the last time I've taken a vacation. My vacations are when I get sent somewhere to work on a film project or teaching or something. No, I don't really take vacations either. No.
Well, hopefully.
I've been all over the world, but that was at different times in life. But there's been this patch when I haven't really.
Well, hopefully you
can. Do you take vacations?
Get some rest. Yeah, but not like exotic ones.
No, I mean, I literally will leave work, take a brief ride, somewhere, and then do another job that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? Or I'm writing for hours and hours and hours, or I'm doing a show like this, or I'm.
Well, I still might be in Vegas. So,
what'd you say?
I still might be in Vegas. I just got to get my sister to hang around and watch the dogs, and so hopefully I can end up in Vegas at the end of the.
You may go to CrimeCon, you mean?
Yeah, I still want to go.
You can still get a ticket?
Yeah.
There are still tickets for sale? I thought they were sold out. No?
Yeah, I saw it on the website. I did, but even if they're not, I'm still going to Vegas, baby.
Well, I it's a long story, but I don't think I could pull it off for Las Vegas, but maybe the next one.
The one that's in New York, I definitely.
Is it New York? Is that official?
Well, it's not official, but that's what I've heard.
You heard a rumor that it's going to be in New York. Well,
yeah.
That would be nice. Of course, it's always CrimeCon, here in New York.
Vegas.
Actually, the crime rates are decreasing right now. But
Vegas is like a 2-hour flight from here, so it's not a big deal.
Oh no, for me that would be.
That's a long flight.
Be a schlep and a half. And I have to be honest with you, I find Las Vegas uniquely depressing.
Well, it is, but that's why you're only there for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the whole city is like a metaphor for mania, because it's like glitz and glamour and noise and sex and lights and whatever. And then the minute you look behind, you go outside of the city, it's like death. It's like emptiness and bleak, and it's just it has that all that kind of pizzazz, and then underneath it, it's people put their last penny into the slot machine. You know what I mean? It's like lot of broken dreams, and I don't know. I find it depressing.
I'm
not an advertisement for Las Vegas.
You're talking me out of it here, but I was going to tell you, I got lost in the woods the other day.
Okay, that's Jungian. Why did you get lost in the woods?
Well, I was following this trail down, and I thought there was there was going to be like a creek or something at the bottom. So I had never been down that far. And then all of a sudden, as I was going down, I saw no trail anymore, and there was no creek. So then I was like, okay, well, I got to make my way back up. But by the time I turned around and looked up, there was no trail. So I basically had to cut through. It was like a mile. I had to schlep a mile up a embankment through. it was gnarly
story. And then what happened?
Well, I got to the top finally, but I lost my sense of direction too. It sucked.
I mean, you're almost making me want to recite Dante.
Oh man, it was awful. I just went I posted it on my Instagram when I was close to the top, but there was a good 40 minutes before I even got that close. It was horrid. And then I was all worried about ticks. I was reading about ticks and stuff. No, my phone did not work way down there. The canopy of trees just blocks anything. It started to work the farther I got up, but it was a pain in the ass.
I love it.
Yeah.
Remember, did you ever read The Divine Comedy?
No, I never have.
Oh, it's the best. I mean, I'm obsessed, and both Michael Stone and I were obsessed with it. That's why the 22 categories of evil are based on the Inferno of Dante that goes down and all the way. Yeah. And we both loved. When Michael Stone was younger, he used to memorize long passages of it, and then we would have fun. Even in his old age, he still remembered a lot of it, and we would recite lines. But the opening line translates to something like, "Midway through life's journey, I found myself in an obscure wood, because the clear road had become unclear, darkened." And it's sort of like what you're talking about. That kind of, it's almost like a metaphor, So how did you get out of this little wood?
I kind of got carried away looking for when I thought at the very bottom there would be like a creek. There wasn't one, and I just kept going. I was like, oh, I'm going to find it down here. And because I don't know, I was just kind of exploring. So I got all the way almost to the bottom. And then I realized that I was off of a trail. Like there was no trail anymore. That I noticed it was getting thicker and thicker. So then I turned and looked up, and I had gone down the side, and I lost the trail. So I couldn't find the trail. So I basically just had to hike through just bushes and trees and ferns, and it was just kind of a pain in the butt.
Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my!
I didn't see any lions or tigers, but I saw a couple snakes, and I saw an eagle. That was cool. Yeah.
But isn't it nice to get lost?
Not like that. That was actually a little freaky.
Well, it's like sort of primal experience. It almost sounds like something in a fairy tale or something, the way that you described it. I was waiting for the little gingerbread house, and some gnomes, and, the old witch comes out, and tries to
but I could feel once I got closer to the top, I was like, so that I pulled out my phone and I was recording climbing up over the last little ridge. And, but there was no trail the whole way. I mean, it was just basically a climb. It sucked.
You ever have a dream of being lost in the woods or going into the woods?
No, but I've had dreams of getting my teeth knocked out.
No, those are common. No, but I'm always, of all the dreams I hear about from patients and so, I'm most fascinated by the dreams of people going into woods, forests, things like that. They're very primal and sort of, there's something very like unconscious like about the symbolism of the forest. And I always love those dreams. They're usually so meaningful. They're very interesting to me.
Yeah.
And because they're filled with imagery and characters that are very universal and archetypical, and they always seem to have very deep significances. I love them. And you know, I don't know, I just love the image of a forest, especially when it's like moonlit, and, you know, kind
Yeah.
of scary. You
It
know?
really happened in the desert. Yeah, I'm sure it really happened because it sucked, and it just happened. I think it was yesterday. I remember it vividly.
Well, you know, you should always, there's a principle in Jungian dream interpretation that you should pay attention to whether the dream happens in a man-made structure or in nature, because dreams that happen in nature are more universal, like collective unconscious dreams, you know, more primitive, and dreams that happen in man-made structures are about things that happen to you that are more particular. And so I'm always interested in dreams that are like, that take place in like nature or jungles or forests or things like that, because they have these huge significances that are absolutely fascinating. Sometimes they're very mystical too, those kinds of dreams. Do you record your dreams? Michael Stone did. He had hundreds of them written in books. When he passed away, I found hundreds of them.
No, but I do have some pretty vivid ones.
Do you remember any of them?
Yeah.
Give me one. I'm interested.
Well, I mean, I have reoccurring ones, but I
You have reoccurring dreams.
sometimes I have one reoccurring dream, and it's always about my grandpa. I think I've told you this before, that he, like, just the other night, I dreamed that he was 90 years old driving himself to a doctor's appointment, and I was upset because I couldn't get a hold of him, and that I was telling everybody he shouldn't be driving himself to the doctor, and but I hadn't seen him in years, but I always have a dream where like he's alive,
mm-hmm.
and then, but in the story he's either in like a care home or I can't get a hold of him. But I probably have a dream like that probably once a month.
Well, you know, recurring dreams are fascinating because there's another principle of Jungian dream interpretation, is that eventually, at least hopefully, you have what's called the prescription dream, which is that as something is attempting to work its way out, the dream repeats in its theme, but then eventually there's a version of the dream that gives you the prescription of how to overcome that dilemma. And I'll give you a simple example that Robert Johnson, the great author Robert Johnson, told. He said that because he had a lot of recurring dreams, sometimes for years, and people would come to him and tell him about recurring dreams. So the recurring dream was that a man was asked to be the organist in a church, and he did not know how to play the organ. Now, of course, the Freudian interpretation immediately will be sexual, that he doesn't know how to play he can't master the organ, so to speak. And this woman comes in, this soprano comes in, and sort of, jauntily comes over to him and says, "I'm the soprano, you've got to play beautifully," whatever. And he describes her as being very buxom and beautiful, right? So already there's an undertone of sexual tension here. And what happens is, symbolically, I think it's a sexual dream, because the idea is that he has to play well to get her to sing. They have to be in sync with each other, but he can't do it. He has no idea what he's doing, right? So you see the sexual inadequacy in the dream. So he opens up the book with the notes, and he can't understand it. It's gibberish symbols, and he's pressing the notes badly, and she's singing, and it's all now. And then he wakes up, and he had this dream for about 20 years, and then recurring dream for about 20. And then finally, he had the prescription dream, and in the prescription dream, he says to the woman, I have no idea how to read these notes. And she leans down to him and she says, close your eyes, and instead of reading the notes, just press down whatever your instinct tells you to press. And then he does, and he's in perfect harmony with her. So there's a prescription version of the recurring dream that basically teaches him that his overthinking has been preventing his success in terms of intimacy. And and I think it's an interesting thing. You should always pay attention to that version of the dream that is changed. The other thing that's interesting is when people come to me and they say, I had 4 different dreams in the past 2 weeks. And I say, no, you had 1 dream in 4 forms. You understand? Because whatever is trying to work itself out is working itself out.
Yeah, but I mean, what could that be? I mean, it's just the same one about my grandpa who's been dead since 2012.
Well, you tell me. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, it obviously I miss him, I guess. I don't know.
Well, could be, but the best way to interpret a dream, in my opinion, is to think that every single person in the dream is you. In fact, Jung used to say that that was the best way to interpret a parable. Like if you read any of the parables in the New Testament, he would say, imagine every character is you. The victim on the ground, the good Samaritan, and the guy who passes him are all you. Well, and if you interpret it that way, it takes on a very different meaning. It's fascinating.
A lot of times, though, in the dreams, I'm trying to tell him like about things that I'm doing or things that have happened or like things that I think that he would be proud of me about. And then, but then sometimes I have those dreams too about my mom, but more with my grandpa, but probably because I got a lot more time with my grandpa. But I do have them about my mom, but it's always like just trying to talk to somebody who's not here.
Well, obviously, if you're dreaming about them that frequently, they are.
Yeah, I mean, they feel real. Like it feels real. It's crazy.
I mean, sometimes people just have dreams because they've had traumatic and terrible events happen to them, and they get locked in on them. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that's what's going on with you, but sometimes that happens. And sometimes dreams are about, nothing more than your brain sort of taking sensory information that's picked up during the day and trying to integrate it with memory. So you get this weird juxtaposition, of crazy images that make no sense. And sometimes, they are about the working out of some kind of psychic.
But and this is, I mean, it doesn't matter. But I had the conversation that I had with him right before he died was like, he told me, he said to take care of your grandma, take care of your sister. And he said, you're the only one that I don't worry about, because I know that you're going to do great things. And I wanted, and at the time I was just like 24, 25. And I was like, I'm not going to do anything. And and it's like, I told him, I was like, I said, I don't think you're dying. Like, you're going to be here. But he said that he was convinced that he was. And then the next day he died. It was crazy. It was crazy.
You mean he almost had a kind of premonition of his own, or
he told me
of his own death?
Yeah. He told me 6 months before he died that he was dying. But he had no terminal illness. I mean, he had some dementia and stuff, but like he wasn't dying. But he kept making me promise that I wouldn't put him in a care home, and I was like, "Oh, I'll never do that," And then when he went into the hospital the final time, the doctor's like, "He can't go home because you guys aren't capable of taking care of him anymore. He's too far gone." And then they said, so we have to place him in a care home. And I was like, you can't do that. I'm going to go buy a hospital bed. I went home. I was throwing up. I was so upset. Then I talked to him on the phone that day and then the next day, that's when he told me, take care of this and that. And he was telling me all these things to take care of. And then I was like, yeah, but it's going to be okay. Like, you're going to be fine. Like, we're going to get you a hospital bed and bring you home. And he's like, okay. And he didn't sound convinced at all. And then the next day he went in, they were going to put a feeding tube in him, and he like died on the table. It was crazy. He was like, and I think he knew that we weren't going to be able to take care of him anymore. But when he died, I was like, because I promised him I wouldn't put him in a care home. I felt like I somehow fulfilled like my promise. It was weird, but
what happens in those dreams? I don't understand.
I don't either. It's just that like I'm just trying to communicate with him. Like I'm just trying to tell him about what's going on, even though I don't know. It's just they're kind of blurry sometimes.
So what do you just? I mean, not to turn this into a long thing or anything, but what do you feel like you didn't get closure on? What do you want to tell him?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I really don't. I guess I just sort of want to tell him like everything's okay, you know? He was very, very worried about that. Like he used to really just be upset that, you know, that things weren't going to be okay. But then he sort of was like, everything's going to be okay because you're going to make sure it is. It was really weird.
So in the dreams, is he in the casket, in the coffin, alive still, or is he deceased?
No. I rarely see him in the dreams.
Okay, there's no coffin or burial or anything like that.
No. I
Just
rarely see him.
Yeah.
I rarely see him, but I know that he's alive. Like this one, the other day, he was driving himself to like the doctor. He's like 90, and I'm like, why is nobody taking him to the doctor? We need to get a hold of him. And then I couldn't get a hold of him. And then I woke up. But then there's sometimes where it's like, I think he's in a care home, and I'm like, why has nobody been to see him? And and then I'm like, okay, well, I need to call him or all that kind of stuff, but I can't get a hold of him. It's just, I don't know. It's so weird.
Well, look, without getting into it, you, as long as I've known you, you've always had a very high, and understandably, have always had a very high sensitivity to loss.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's just say, I think you have to think about it through that lens.
I think so, but they're very vivid, and because he was basically my dad. He raised me.
That's fine. I get it. Yeah.
So I was, I don't know. I mean, it's probably just I miss him like everybody else misses.
Well, I mean, having dreams about him is it's like a way of sort of introjecting him and having him sort of always around, and you know what I mean. He doesn't go away. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I have dreams a lot of times of my father that he's still around. I mean, I just think we do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like something that haunts my life. It's just a reoccurring dream that I have. It's just I'm not haunted by it. It's not like I'm like, I wouldn't say perplexed. I just,
Are you comforted? Does it feel like he's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then.
It's I don't wake up depressed or anything. I'm just like, oh yeah, I had another one of those,
But does he ever tell you, I'm at peace, I'm happy?
I can't remember if he has or not, but he did say that right before he went for that surgery. He just said like it's going to be okay. And then because he was in the hospital for like 3 weeks before he died. And I remember saying after they called, because I took my grandma home, I was going to get her something to eat. He went into surgery. 20 minutes after we got home, we got a call that he died on the operating table, that his heart just stopped, which was weird. And then because he didn't have, like, his heart was fine, but it just stopped. Right. So, because right before that, they told him that he couldn't have a sandwich. He wanted a sandwich and a cup of coffee, and they told him he couldn't. And so he was like, I think he was just done. But what happened was they called. We went up to the hospital, and I remember kind of going because he was really sick. You know, I just said, I don't want to come here anymore. Like, I'm tired of coming here all the time, because you know we were every day for 3 weeks. And I remember the pastor who was there. He was like, "Go home." And I said, "Huh?" And he says, "There's no reason to be here anymore. Just go home." So I did. We did. That was it.
What do you think the pastor meant?
And it was over. It was okay.
Remember the gardener outside the tomb on Easter Sunday who says to the women, "Why do you seek the living among the dead?"
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. That's sort of exactly what I was thinking. But when he told me, there was a relief, because I didn't want him to like go to a care home. And because I promised him that he wouldn't. But the doctor was like, "There's no way you can take care of him anymore. Like, it's just going to be impossible for you." And that's when I was like, "Well, I'm going to go buy a hospital bed." And he's like, "It's not that simple." And I said, "Well, no, it's going to be okay." And that's when I went home that night and I threw up because I was so upset about it. And it kind of just ended on its own. Like, it was weird. It was so strange.
Do you have any guilt about anything about how he passed or anything? Or
No.
do you feel that he passed at peace?
At peace, yeah. No.
I had to make an educated guess. It's simply that you miss him, and there's this kind of sense that he's hovering around, and it's a way of kind of interjecting him and keeping him with you. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You know, I think, you know, it's a beautiful thing that there are some people in the world that when they leave have that kind of effect. Because there are so many people that think we're all just dust in the wind, you know. But there are some people that when they're gone, they leave this huge hole in the heart of the world because they're so irreplaceable, you know. And I guess the idea is that you already lost someone like that, and the idea of losing another one was just a lot.
Well, and I idolized him because he was kind of a big deal, like not just to me, but he was like, he fought in 3 wars, and he was like a first sergeant of an engineering company, and people would like salute him all around town whenever we'd go. When I was a little kid, people would open doors for him.
Opposite of your father.
Yeah, 100%. And I just looked up to, he was like a larger than life figure, and then he got sick, and then it was like that was weird, you know, that he became sort of a shell of himself, not because of, you know, his illness. And but yeah, he was like this. He was just like a giant to me as a little kid, you know. It just felt like everybody had a lot of respect for him, and he was just like a good guy.
Well, I mean, I think that's the whole idea is that he was a person, but he was also a kind of archetype. And you know, and the idea of that kind of figure not being in the world is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the idea is that when you lose a figure like that, you need somebody to replace them with that is the person you go to and say, everything's okay. Like, for example, when I lost my father, I struggled with the idea that there wasn't this kind of paternal figure to go to be proud of me.
Yeah.
Right. So like then when I got close with Michael Stone, he was a sort of father figure. And then when he died, you know, I mean, when my father was ill, one of his kind of dreams was that he wanted to push through being ill so that he could see me get my doctorate. And he did. And I mean, I remember he was sort of very medicated and kind of dozing and everything at the service. But my father, I always remember, it's weird to me that I remember it so distinctly. is that he wore this tie, because my father wasn't a tie guy, but he wore a tie, this black sort of speckled tie, because in his mind it was such a momentous event, my son, the doctor, that kind of thing. And when my father passed away, I kept that tie in my office at Columbia for 10 years, just dangling, as a kind of reminder, this kind of symbolic reminder that he was proud of me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I still have it. And then when Michael died, and I went to the house, and his wife said, we take all the books you want, and I did. She said, "Is there anything else you want?" And I said, "I wanted to take one of his ties."
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Right. Yeah. No,
Funny thing. I mean, and it's, you don't realize that these weird symbolisms that our brains do, but I think that when you lose a certain figure, you go out looking to replace them, and that's very dangerous, because a lot of people do that with the people they date. They go out and they project onto somebody something they aren't. You know what I'm saying? Because you need so desperately, dating, yes, you need so desperately to have that archetype. You'll go out and you'll project it onto somebody that they're not, and there's nothing more dangerous in all the world than treating somebody like an archetype, because they will never live up to it, never. And some of them will take advantage of it. But it sounds like there's a hole, that needed to be filled with that kind of figure. I mean, I always thought, Josh, to be honest with you, that Chris fills that role a little with you.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean,
there's a lot of people like that, and I have a more fraternal relationship with you for some reason. You remind me a great deal of my dynamic with my brother.
Well, the funny thing is that, like, Chris shared something, on his Instagram. I don't know if people follow him on Instagram, but and I don't want to talk too much about that, but he was just thanking me for being, his friendship, and I just said, thank you for sharing, and thank you for being a friend and a guide in my life, and because exactly, he's no question.
So that's what people do. There's a figure that you need, and you lose them, and then you'll go out and you're just going to have you find a way to replace them.
Yeah, I don't think people probably understand how close Chris and I are.
That's what I'm saying. I think, and he's wonderful that way. He's a lot of people's kind of father figure.
I agree. Yeah,
and I think so. I don't know. I feel like that's what the dream's about. Is you probably would notice, if you pay attention, that it happens more in those moments when there isn't a figure like that to kind of compensate. And you should pay attention to that, because it may be that whenever there's a lack of one of them, or perhaps when you're upset with your father, that's when you most need that figure. You should pay attention to when you have those dreams. That's very, very interesting to me. But I didn't mean to sort of go off on this, but I just think it's such an interesting thing.
No, it was great. I love talking about that kind of stuff, and it's interesting. But
but anyway, I think it's fascinating, and we could have a whole night's conversation about dreams.
Yeah, but
my dreams are something else. Let's not even go there. But you don't
want me to diagnose you, dude. I'll have
diagnose you. But I have very, very strange dreams. What I do is I put them on the phone. I wake up, roll over, and hit the memo, the voice memo, and I record them. Really? And then when I listen to them later, I'm like, what the heck am I talking about?
Yeah.
But some of them are just extraordinary. And then months later, they're gone.
You dream often?
No, I don't. But when I do, they're very, very vivid. And but I have dreams that are like wacky. Like I try to relate them to people that I have no idea. I'm not even going to bother to try to understand.
I have some of those too.
Yeah, you have those totally chaotic.
Yeah. I dream a lot.
Do you?
Yeah. A lot.
Well, that's beautiful. I mean, at least you're getting restorative sleep, with these dreams. But I don't know. I'm very, very interested. I'm particularly interested in the content of nightmares. I think they're extremely interesting. I love the word nightmare. I love the origin of it because it's a mare is a horse, and the idea of female horse, and of course the idea was that it felt as if a female horse came in the middle of the night and pressed its hoofs against your chest and breathed on you.
Really?
So the idea was that you literally had a mare that came in the night and pressed on your chest with the heaviness of a horse and breathed on you. And I think that's such an interesting image.
Before we go, you know what else I could do? Is I can go to sleep listening to a song on repeat, and I wake up and I know all the words to the song.
Oh, that's interesting. Did you ever have a residue dream, what Freud used to call residue, where you dream and it incorporates something that like was around you when you were sleeping or around you during the day?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I had a dream one time where I fell asleep watching The Twilight Zone, and incorporated into the dream was that beginning sequence when all those things are kind of like flying through space. Remember that image, when he'd come out and he'd be like, what was that speech he used to make? Do you remember the Twilight Zone opening?
Yeah.
Of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey to a land whose only boundaries are those of your own imagination. Next signpost up ahead, the Twilight Zone. Remember that whole speech you would give? Well, I remember that in the beginning there would be like an artist's articulated model flying, through the air, an eyeball or whatever. And I fell asleep watching it, and I remember the residue of that in the dream. The other thing that's very interesting is when people have like apnea and stuff, and then their brain like is jolting them awake because they're not getting oxygen, but then it manifests as part of the dream, right? So they have like a falling dream, and right before they hit the ground they wake up or whatever, because the brain goes into that kind of alarm state and it turns it into a dream. But a lot of people have those, and it's really part of like a physiological thing like sleep apnea. And some people are taking psychotropic medication that can do that, nicotine patches, all kinds of things. You ever hear the dreams people have when they use nicotine patches?
No.
It's like, but sometimes people just have these terrible, negative, miserable dreams, but it's the meds they're taking. It's interesting. But I'm fascinated by the subject.
Yeah, me too. Actually, we could talk about it all night. But anyway, I got to take the dogs out. You got to rest because you're getting sick. And
loopy.
Yeah. Well, it's a great show, Dr. Gary. Thank you so much. And we will talk to you very soon.
Sognador, as we say. Have golden dreams.
Make sure to check out Dr. Gary's music page, and also buy The New Evil. It's a great book. My watch is talking to me. Dr. Gary, have a good night. All right, guys. It was a great show. Almost 5 hours. Man. Awesome. Wonderful guests. Thank you guys so much for everything. And we'll be back soon. Won't be too long. Promise. Good night.